Hello. All right, let's get things started. So, it's been a while since we've done some creepypasta, and that's what the poll showed. And since we're on this the way we are, let's see what we got. Since that has to get marked off. Yes. Rings of Horror gets marked off, which means there's only 2 left. So I don't have to make a roulette. But I am going to go ahead and do one more poll. For what it's worth. So. This will effectively set the order. I think. Well, I want to see what people think. I want to see what people will do. Yeah, I know, I'm fucking grasping at straws here. Shut up. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a poll just so I can get the idea. What should I stream next week? Wait. So, yep. Wrecked 64. Or should I do S and damn it, S and G episode 11. So for what that's worth, do it 7 days out. No, 6 days. 6 days out. 20 hours. And 10 minutes. It's arbitrary. What should I stream next week? More choices. And a demo. And it resets. Alright. And that's what's gonna happen, it'll reset. Let's see what your priorities are. Okay. And I'll go ahead and just copy this. Alright, suggestions welcome. Let's do it as a poll. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. You can't do an at every one and it work. Discord, you gotta fix that. I'm just saying, it would be far more convenient and give us something more specific. Oh, hello. 2 weeks is new, I think. But we do need some more specific stuff. Like, this is kinda like ridiculous. There should be more option available to us than just this. I feel like you can narrow it down because I don't want it to be a solid week. I want it to be like 6 days and 20 hours, preferably, like, because I'm trying to do it before stream. At least in my case. Now, if no one else has that issue, then, well, I guess I'm barking at the wind. Anyway, 1 week. Alright, so the first one is Shipwrecked 64 and SNG episode 11. I might go ahead and just do the SNG later, after Shipwreck 64, just to set up, but I want to try and find out as soon as I can because I want to try and let people join the SNG on chat. Like, actually talk to me. Alright, Shipwreck 64. Evil Kingdom of Darkness. And Satan's it. No. Replace with this one. Yeah. Yeah, so this doesn't work. Add everyone doesn't work on the poll itself. So you have to... New poll. There we go. New polls that you can't add in the poll itself. What the hell? You're a cat? You're a cat being mischievous? Hold on, I need to handle that, I think. Oh, hi. I'm gonna turn these fans off. Hold on. Hot mic. Okay. That's a little better. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, and... I'm gonna make sure that my chat's working. And, I guess while I'm at it... Alright, there it goes. While I'm at it, I could check to make sure that... Not my alerts. Stream together, manage goals. No. I need to make sure that my cloud bot's actually working. That's what it is. No, not that one. Damn it. I need this one. Alright, yeah. Give me just a second. I've had this issue a couple times, and I don't know why. I have it set a certain way, but it doesn't want to do that. Is there a mobile version? Okay, so it says it's active. And all my timers are set to 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Because I thought they'd get annoying if they were all in one. Actually, since it is like that, 6, 7, 8. I'm just doing an experiment on that because I'm wondering if the amount of them will change anything. And wow. Anyway, I was wondering if it would change anything. So anyway, let me get back to Creepypasta. So last Creepypasta we left off on was Goodbye. And that was 835 of them. Feel free to look at my page. Oh. Okay, so there's that one. It says be 20 minutes after the beginning? Okay. Whatever. You know what I ought to do is try and do a thing that cycles across. I'll figure shit out later. It's its own problem. That'll be a later me problem to figure out. Hey. Anyway. So, and I need to mark that out because I have it physically written down, and it's probably a bad idea. Okay, or don't write. Motherfucker. And stupid ass government ass pens. Okay. Yeah, and there's the second one. Alright. So, the next one is graffiti. So, the way I like to do this is set your own ambiance. Oh, there is the third one. Okay, so I think this is gonna work just as I thought. Okay. So set your own ambiance. Feel free to turn down the lights or turn on the lights if you think you're going to be uncomfortable. Get towards nice and quiet, perhaps secluded. Make it so you're focusing on something. I used to do these when on my side it'd be pure silence and I would tell you to set your own music up, but it got to the point where it was mentally straining for some reason. I'm not completely sure what that's all about, but what have you. That being said, let us move on. Don't forget to grab something to drink, something to eat. Feel free to put this in on the background while you listen. You shouldn't have to have anything to actually watch, necessarily. Okay. Graffiti. I didn't live in the friendliest part of the UK. It's one of the highest rated in crime. Not just petty crime, it includes murders and assaults. Nowhere is really safe. And I didn't like living there, but I'm a good kid, really. With the crime gangs comes graffiti, sprayed and smeared all over the walls in certain areas, one of which is my local park. I went out there by myself yesterday, texting friends and doing usual stuff, sat on climbing frames and slides. Going underneath a climbing structure, though, I noticed some strange graffiti that was out of the ordinary. The common sight was people signing their names, perhaps an insult or another person, but this was different. It was a simple tally chart, written in Tipex. A common tool for cheap vandals. I counted the numbers in their fives. The total came to 49. I rubbed my finger over the last tally, and it was still wet, which was strange because I had been out for about half an hour, and I hadn't seen anybody around. I had enough of the park now. I turned to go home, but I couldn't move. Someone was stood behind me, breathing on my neck. His breath was warm and alcohol-ridden. I turned around, sweating with fear, and saw a man in a gray hoodie, and he was tall and quite muscular, but looking down a little. I see he put a knife to my neck. I tried to open my mouth to speak or scream, but all I could come out was a pathetic whimper. Looks like there's another one. That makes 50. He whispered in my ear, pushing the serrated edge of the knife slightly into my neck, cutting me. He forced me to turn around, so I faced him, and he raised the knife and plunged it into my chest. Looking at the gaping hole in my body, blood streaming out and spilling into the floor, I fell to the ground, and with my dying breaths, I saw my murderer unscrew a bottle of Tipex and draw a new line on the tally chart. So, on the Creepypasta Wikia, there was an issue that they had where the quality of a creepypasta kind of comes with explanation. There's no way he's typing all this. Even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs with like 12, 13, 15 sentences. You're not getting through that, while you're getting stabbed and dying, and like there's no explanation for how you're getting this on here, and they found that to be kind of a flaw that a lot of creepypasta began to have. So one of the things I started looking at was, hey, having someone write from the dead somehow, it just ain't gonna work. Like, you're gonna have to do something to reconcile that. You can't just have that as is. Just doesn't work that way. So, and I completely understand why, because you run into this because it's contradictory. You can't have this story and him die under these circumstances. You could do a dying breath of trying to type this out while you're dying, but he's right there. He's killed you. You're not going for your phone. This would be like, all right, I don't have much time. I've got to tell you guys what's going on. I'm gonna be gone But maybe if someone else finds out, maybe he can stop other people from being gone like I will. You know, that kind of thing. I really think that this kind of ending makes it really flawed. He doesn't get away. He's dead, but he has this story out, and it doesn't make any sense, and it takes away from what the story could be. Granddaddy Longlegs. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Your screams will not be heard. And if you don't, that is fine. I don't know how it's supposed to be sung. Granddaddy Longlegs needs to dine. Tall as houses, limber as bones, long legs to chase you home. Little child, if you run, that makes it so much fun. Sorry I made your mommy cry. Sorry you couldn't say goodbye. Little children are so sweet. Granddaddy Longlegs' favorite treat. Lyrics by McScully, Necromaster Sill, and Granddaddy Longlegs. Vocals, Necromasteral. Is this something we can find? I'm surprised there's not a link to this, is there? You know what I can do? Hold on. Actually, let me bring that back up. Let me copy. Nope, wrong one. Nope, I need that one. Okay. It's almost like that. Yeah, sure. Whatever that's supposed to be. Okay, I don't think it's there. I think they just wrote it and didn't actually... Whatever. Ain't that deep. Ain't that deep. Anyway. Back to the stories. So I don't know how that's actually supposed to be sung. Grandfather Protection. This story is also based on a true story. But there is one thing that is different, and that is that it is not open and close. More like speculation. So you can decide. Backstory. So we moved to Florida and stayed here since, I think, 07, 08. My youngest brother, let's call him Jake for protection, moved out and is in another city with his girlfriend. My other brother, let's say John, got married and joined the army, leaving behind his wife, Lily, to stay with us until he got out of AIT. It was 2012 Christmas at our home, and the story is based off of pictures that I will try to find eventually. The people at the house at the time were John, Lily, my younger brother, my grandmother, my aunt, my cousins, 3, my uncle, my dad, and my mom, also my grandmother. My mom. Also, my grandfather passed away in 2010. What happened? The day went as normal Christmas days go, opening presents, having relatives over, and plenty of pictures. My dad had gotten Lily and John a parchment to remember us by, as John was being stationed in Washington. And I had a pretty good haul. As I was going to get a drink from our kitchen, I saw my mom showing my grandmother some pictures, and I got curious. I went over to look, and it was a picture she took during the day. The thing she pointed out, though, was that there were a lot of shiny orbs in the picture. For those who don't know, they are spirits and such, or ghost energy. Anyway, there was no way that it could have been the camera, as they were all over the place. The conclusion that we came to, however, was that our late grandfather watching over us, as were proven in the picture of Lily holding up the parchment. Surrounding her was the biggest amount of orbs, and we felt glad knowing that Grandpa was watching over us. Alright, so this is definitely something interesting as a personal account. This is an anecdote, so you can believe it as you will. I think this is actually really interesting because putting in an anecdote and you can leave it to speculation, it's like, hey, whatever this was our experience. So this, I think, works well. It's short, straight to the point. There's not more you need to derive, it's just what happened. I think this is something that's tends to be relatively interesting. He's not trying to make a compelling story. He's just saying, hey, this is the pretext, this is what happened. I've changed certain things for ambiguity, and, you know, we don't have a necessary explanation. This isn't trying to be a regular creepypasta. This is getting your story out. So, this is good. That's good. There are certainly worse stories that we're going to be coming across. I see you, Grand Theft Auto games. Jesus Christ. Okay. Grandma Tales. In the Asian countries like Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia, there is a similar tale about a vengeful spirit called Pontianak. It is said that a pregnant woman who has been raped and murdered will turn into a Pontianak when they die. Pontianak. The female spirit is said to wear a white dress with her hair covering her face. Legend also tells that the Pontianak will cry. When you hear the Pontianak sobbing and crying softly, it means the Pontianak is close by. If it's heard crying and sobbing loudly, then it is far away. To prevent a victim from being a Pontianak, they insert pins in the palms of the victim's corpses. This prevents it from flying. Next, they put marbles in their mouths so the Pontianak won't be able to cry, shout, or laugh. Lastly, they put eggs in the victim's underarms to prevent them from coming out of her coffin. There are many different versions of the Pontianak. Some say they are cursed by medicine men. Others say they came back to protect their children. What do you think of the Pontianak? By Guru Sufyan, I guess? I don't know what they're talking about. Let's do a quick searchy search. Okay, so it's also a place. The Legend of Pontianak. Okay, so it's diverse. So what if we go monster? Okay. I see. Alright. Let's go back to all. Contilanak. Okay, so this is effectively another name for it, not to be confused with the Pontianak. I'll do the capital. Okay, but we're looking for the... We're not looking for geography, we're looking for the fucking... Myth and lore, okay. Let's see what this is all about. Pontianak, alright. Oh, god damn it. Oh, fuck you. Alright, anyway. Pontianaks are women who died during childbirth who are known as vampire ghosts. At night, while during the day, the Pontianak spirit resides inside banana trees. Pontianak locate their prey by sniffing clothes that are left out to dry, which is the reason Malay refuse to keep their clothes outside at night. They kill their victims by digging their sharp nails into the victim's stomach and devouring their organs. They usually announce that their presence through baby cries, and it's as if its cry is loud, it is far away, but if it's soft, they are nearby. Though it is also said that if you hear a dog wolf howl, then she is far away, but if it's whimpering, she is near. Okay, I mean, that's effectively the same stuff. Interesting. Not sure what to say about that, though. I don't know. That's interesting. It kind of comes off very much like a, fuck, what's it called? Yokai. It's very yokai-esque. We've been playing Shadow Hearts And there's a lot of dark stuff in that, and this would be something that could fit right in. Okay. Okay. Grandma's coffin. Grandma was pronounced dead after a week in the hospital. She had been put into an induced coma after her heart began to fail. The monitor flatlined, and they pulled a white sheet over her body after a minute of pushing on her chest, trying to revive her. Mom and Dad both squeezed their son's hands and then rushed him out of the hospital room. The funeral was 2 days later, and Mom and Dad prayed over her closed casket. 20 or so people sat through the service, and then flocked to the graveyard where Grandma was going to be buried. The son stood in the back of the crowd as the coffin was lifted down into the 6-foot-deep hole. None of this felt right to the son. Sure, Grandma was old and having heart problems, but why'd she suddenly just up and die? It felt wrong. Dirt was thrown into the hole and people started disappearing. Mom and Dad went back to the church to clean up and let their son sitting in front of Grandma's freshly buried grave. Grandma opened her eyes and began to cough. At the hospital, her heart had been beating so slowly that it was undetectable, and was pronounced dead when she truly wasn't. She had just come out of her induced coma. Everything was black around her. She could hardly breathe, and reached out, and her hands barely moved before she hit something velvety and hard above her. She began screaming. Her heart pounded, and she choked and yelled. The son heard noises from the ground and put his ear against the dirt. He heard screams. He began screaming himself and started to dig up the loose dirt with his hands. After a long while, he uncovered the coffin and was greeted with silence. The sun had gone down, and the only light emitting was from street lamps and the lights from the church. He pulled the coffin open, wiped the tears off of his face with his dirty hands, and jumped back to the side of what he uncovered. Grandma was in the coffin. Her arms were stiff, and her fingers were bloody and broken as bad as she tried to scratch her way out. The top of the inside of the coffin was ripped apart. Her eyes and mouth were open wide, and rigor mortis had taken over her entire body. She had died, really, from the lack of oxygen. But seriously, man. So, technology is definitely better than that now, I believe. These are things that used to happen a lot. So much to the point that they used to install these bells that in case anyone was still alive and buried alive, this is something that could be mitigated. The fact that it took 2 days, and also the other part that I think is left out is there was an embalming process when people are buried. That's probably when you would have found out she was still alive. The fact that she had issues to begin with, when they were trying to get her back under false pretenses, that also doesn't make as much sense. But, I mean, this is well written, to say the least, and this is something that in some cultures could definitely still happen, and depending on where you're at, even in the Americas, it could possibly happen. Like, I wouldn't doubt it. Your coroner is not necessarily someone who's actually qualified to do their job. There's a whole mess behind that. You know, it's not like actual morgue worker or someone who does forensics for a living. This could be someone that's not qualified at all. It's never been in it. But, yeah, I think there are still some circumstances where this could feasibly happen. Their doctors go where the logic of the situation takes them, and when there's not an unorthodox thing normally going on, you know, they have to come to certain conclusions, and without knowing. Yeah, this is something that I suppose could still be feasibly happen, but I think it's still incredibly unlikely. Alright. Grandpa's dream. I visited my grandpa in the hospital a few days ago. It looks like the cancer is finally going to take him away from us. My dad died when I was young, and my grandpa sort of filled the father figure role. My mom's fuck buddy sure as hell didn't. So, yeah, I'm close to my grandfather, and I visit him every once in a while when I can. It started out like any other visit. I said hello, we talked about school, what I've been doing in my spare time. He told me he had a dream the night before, and he wanted to tell me about it. In his dream, Granddad said that he found himself in the dimity in a dimly lit room, with torches on the wall. There were treasures all over the place, piles of gold that seemed to be reaching the ceiling, rubies and diamonds lining the floor. Across from him was a man sitting in a large bronze throne, with black skin. I don't mean black like Negro black, I mean black. No clothes neither, just black skin. Oh, and a pharaoh hat thing. The man offered my grandfather a seat, and the two began to make small talk. They discussed the weather, current events, simple things like that. Then the man told my granddad, that he was going to die very soon, and that before that happened, he wanted to know everything about his life. So my granddad started talking about everything, his childhood, his son, me, and the cancer. The black man just sat there and listened. "You're a very interesting being," said the black man. "You have gone through many sorrows over the course of your life, and you still wish to remain on this earth? Perhaps we can make this possible." The man said he was a collector of sorts, and he was willing to give my grandfather more time on Earth for some sort of sacrifice. Could be anything, a memory, a friendship, maybe just a finger. The amount of time, however, was dependent on how great the sacrifice was. My granddad told me he couldn't remember what it was, but he knew that he gave up something. Once he did, a small pile of gold seemed to be added to the massive hill of treasure. And then my grandpa woke up. I told my mom today she thinks my granddad might have Alzheimer's. Hold on. What was the what? Okay, I think this is a good one. What is the sacrifice? What is being sacrificed? It said it could be anything, like... It could be anything, whether it's like metaphysical, physical, a family member, or what have you. Like... It could be all over. So I think that's really interesting. But he said he couldn't remember what he gave up, but he knew he gave up something. So I wonder what it could be. Or if the dream is actually non-significant. Interesting. That's a good one for thinking about. Wait, hold on. Oh, granted, I was just making sure he didn't say father. Is there an author? No, there's no author. There's a lot of anonymous. A lot of anons out there. Graphic C. This is one of very few creepypastas that are actually true, except it was a dream. It's short, so please don't troll and say, oh, this sucks and it was too short, because this really happened. It all started last night when I was reading some creepypastas and watching some Tails doll videos on YouTube. I decided to play some Sonic Generations soon after, and I played the bonus stages you unlock once you beat the first 2 acts. I unlocked a song from the Sonic arc called Supersonic Racing. The song was supposed to be a remix of the original, but instead the original played, so I became freaked out a bit since it wasn't the right song. Oh, excuse me. I turned my Xbox off and went to sleep. In my dream, it seemed as if I was awake, like any other normal day. In the dream, I was on the computer looking at pictures for Google Images, and I typed in the words graphic C. And a huge picture of Tails doll popped up with him on top of Sonic, in the form of a ball with his mouth on top of Sonic. The fuck? Eating him alive. Okay, I think I got it in my head. The background was Green Hill Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog or Sonic 2's Emerald Hill Zone. Then the song Can You Feel the Sunshine played in my dream. Tails doll then jumped out of the computer screen and woke me up. That was the scariest shit I ever dreamed of. I'll never think of Sonic games the same again. Yes, if I have any other more dreams of Tails doll in them, or if I actually see him in a game or a red light in the dark, I'll be sure to update. Alright, let's just run that experiment real quick. Because we can. Alright, so graphic C. Trying to see if it'll pop up. I don't think it's gonna. I think we got too much going by as it is. I think in this case, for that to be as relevant as it was, it's too far gone. That would have been cool. So actually, I'd like to find that. Surely someone's probably... Has someone drawn it yet? Don't know. I don't see it. Yeah, that's cool. Alright. Whatever. Alright, that is what it is. Yeah, I think, since it's an anecdote, it's easy to, let off the hook. Like, it's probably nothing, right? He was already looking at Creepypasta and watching Tails doll stuff, so it's not surprising. The graphic C part is the interesting part. It's like, I don't know what that was all about, but this is what popped up in the dream. And that's, you know, what I'm trying to find, but hey, what have you. Grasping feeling of my fear. Grasping feeling of my fear. I can't believe I'm writing this, but I have to. I love creepypastas. You know, scary stories, myths and legends, you know. I love listening to them, watching videos of them, just love them. But there is a backfire to this. I scare easily due to my vivid imagination and ability to imagine well-written descriptions almost perfectly. But sometimes, I imagine things like Slenderman, Jeff, and ghosts standing in my house or near my bed watching and waiting. Sometimes it's so bad that I can't even move. This doesn't happen often, but when it does, if I keep imagining the things, it feels as if I'm being grabbed, something holding on to me, preventing me to flip the switch next to my bed or grab my computer next to my headboard. As the fear sinks in deeper, the grabbing feeling becomes stronger, almost as if I'm feeding whatever is holding me down. And as it gets stronger, so does the fear. I can usually get a rush of adrenaline so I can escape the grasp of whatever it is and turn the lights on, but each time the grip gets stronger. Just typing it, sitting by the window, typing this scares me. I can barely type, as if the monster has me in its grip, and it's at this very moment. I can't turn the lamp on, I can't change position or get up, I have to go. I can't stand this anymore. Alright. This is kind of interesting. The conceptualization of fear based on the thing you love, of course, being creepypasta of all things, and then getting like a form of sleep paralysis. Yeah, that's definitely an interesting aspect to think, like, not only being aware of it, but also knowing you can't do a fucking thing about it. Like, imagining yourself trying to get back up, but you can't move. You know, all you have to do is get up or turn around and it's gone. But it feels like it's there. You know, that kind of thing. I've had sleep paralysis maybe a couple times in my life. Very seldom has it ever gone too far. But, yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. And you feel like if you move, something's going to happen. And it's scary. It's scary. So yeah, I can relate to this. I'm not necessarily the grip part, but definitely the powerlessness of it all. Okay. Grass. I'm sure you're fond of winter. When the crisp season of fall abruptly comes to an end, and quickly the dark gray clouds in the heavens above form over our lands, letting a white, soft mass of perfectly frozen snowflakes ease off of their non-existent shoulders. The snow can vary from soft, gentle, and delicate, creating but a thin layer of pure white on top of the cold ground, to harsh, unmerciful storms of furious cold and wind, throwing the unwilling snow in every which direction. But alas, it seems as though us feeble humans have forgotten about what becomes trapped underneath the sparkling crystalline precipitation every season. What remains living of the frozen ground cut off and deafened to the world above, what is left to fender off underneath the blistering blanket of ice. The living, breathing creature that we all neglect as unimportant, who we couldn't care less about. Grass. It may seem silly, but put yourself in that situation. Would living exposed to the winter cold and snow be an enjoyable experience? Most people think that the small blades of green can't feel it, or they've fallen asleep for the winter. That's nonsense. It is scientifically proven that these poor plants stay conscious for every second of the day. Although they do not function physically or emotionally like we do, they are still technically alive. Who knows? Those hibiscus plants may be silently mourning when the first winter breeze comes upon them. How they dread the day of the first snowfall will tragically torture them to the brink of death. Excuse me. Sometimes after the harsh winds of the winter have finished and gone away and spring abruptly thaws the earth with warmth and rain, you see light brown patches of grass in the lawn. Those are the grass that weren't able to survive the deadly evil cold that suffered to the point of death. We merely ignore this, and we only care about the looks of the lawn, and how ugly it is now after the winter has taken its toll. We are selfish, disgusting creatures who care nothing about the lives of other beings. Things we think aren't correct, that aren't perfect in our minds, no longer have meaning to us. Things that we don't describe as cute, we push off into the dust. We must change our despicable ways before it's too late. Before realism arrives, much too late for our incompetent minds, and we are faced with the consequences in the beyond. By Tiger Tonic 123. So I haven't looked into it, but I have heard or looked at the titles of articles that say, yeah, plants do feel pain. But here's the issue I also have with it, is that this is an adaptation, and it's not like all the grass is like all the same. The ones that are having to get covered by snow have evolved in such a way that it allows them to be able to survive underneath, where it's actually warm. I believe their root systems actually go deeper in order to keep them alive. As far as how much pain they feel, I don't know. But the brown patches will come back. Like, inevitably. I feel like the appeal to science is the folly of this one. Like, when you get down to it, you gotta realize this is what's been going on for, you know, millennia. Pretty sure this isn't very new for the grass. I mean, I agree, you know, we tend to ignore things. But, I don't think that it's really that much to worry about. To be honest, not when it's pretty adapted. Although we could take more care of plants and stuff like that. Oh! Zoot Spliff! What's going on? We got Creepypasta. This is at the hospital and baby Gracie's on the way. Oh. Well, I hope everything goes well. Just reading a bunch of Creepypasta. We're in the G's, the single page G's. We only have 8,000 more to go. That's all. Here's where our bar is. Here's where we gotta get to. You can see right down there. That's how many items are on this folder. 8,822 items. And we're about 840? Give or take? Alright. Nope. So then, right, that one. 4 centimeter dilate on the last update, and the heck, yeah. I'll be listening for a bit. Alright. No problem, because we got plenty. This is probably going to be my next 5 hours. Give or take. Grasslands. And there's a small building somewhere in the northwestern America. Up along the border between Oregon and Washington. It's just a short little old shack in the woods. Off the highway. Anyways, inside there is a spiral staircase made of grating that goes straight down. If you go all the way down, you'll find yourself stepping into an endless field of tall grass. There are many bones surrounding the bottom step of the stairs. And things move in the near distance. Nobody has ever seen these things... has come back to say what they are. By Mazartario? Mazartorio? I'm not sure. Whatever. What that is. Okay. This is also another issue. Is like if no one's come back, how do they know? So if you guys have seen the Final Fantasy 8-bit theater, which you should be able to find on YouTube, there's a joke they have where you have Fighter and Black Mage, and Black Mage is like, what are we doing again? Fighter goes, we're going to the Cave of No Return. And it's like, for what? For the armor of invincibility. Wait, how does anyone know that the armor of invincibility is in the Cave of No Return if it's the Cave of No Return? Well, obviously, where else would you put an armor of invincibility? Yeah, you run into that, and that's just like, that kind of fucks with it. So it's just like, god damn it. Doesn't work that way. Oh, man. So yeah, you know, there's interest in this, but there's no substance. No reasonable substance, I should say. Which sucks, because you walk down a spiral staircase to a field of grass. What the fuck is going on? There's so much that could be allowed. There's so many directions that can go. And you chose none, basically. Yeah, it's the Cave of No Return is basically what it became. Grave. I was walking home from school one day. It was a normal day, or at least it seemed like one. I passed the old barn I pass every day, but noticed something odd poking up in the middle of it. It was a gravestone. In the middle of the field. The field was a fenced-in area that usually held cows, but every fall, however, lives there. Every fall, whoever lives there takes them back somewhere, probably the barn. I stared at the grave. I squinted at some writing that was made out to be Thomas H. Jones. That was my name. I thought it had to be a coincidence until I read March 1st, 1995, November 10th, 2011. It was November 10th. I laughed it off and told myself it was a prank. I turned around. Nothing. Nobody. I looked back at the grave. It was gone. Just like that, with no warning. And I left the field and began to run as fast as I could home. I finally got to my house. I reached for the doorknob, and before I knew it, the ground gave way. The ground gave way, just shattered under me. Pure black quickly rushed towards me. I fell further and further. I fell further. The further I fell, the less light above me. I reached for my backpack. It was gone. I looked at myself. I was naked. I felt my hand. My hair was gone. The silence around me was broken by a horrible scraping and laughing. I screamed, but only a hoarse rasp scratched out. The scraping pierced my ears. The darkness around me swallowed me whole, and there was no light left above. I felt my skin disappearing. Then my muscles. Then my bones. Then... Okay, this is another one that's... How did he write this? How is this story count? It'd be like, because it's in the perspective of the person. When it's in the perspective of the person and there's no explanation for how this happened, like you can always put the story in and of itself, like, and isolate it. And I think that's what's supposed to be here. It's when like something happens and they do a little bit of meta shit. You know, how does that happen? But it's neat. I just don't think this is how it should have ended. And I'm not sure this is how it should have been written. Anyway, enough from me criticizing that shit. Because it's not like it works like a journal. I really love the journal entry stuff. Alright. Graveyard Dream. This is a dream that I have been having since I was roughly 3 years of age. Each time I see the same girl in the same white dress. We always start out in the same graveyard on the bright sunny day. The first time I follow her I followed her out of curiosity, and as she searches for something. For a brief moment, I thought she was a ghost and was wandering the yard in search of something. Or that she was looking over her shoulder. Or that when she was looking over her shoulder, she was trying to make sure I was still following her. As I followed her through the patch of trees, I slowly realized that she couldn't see me at all, making me think of the stories on TV of ghosts and repeat actions and they have done before they died. Eventually, we came to a medium-sized personal crypt. There was a light source in the dimly lit room that dimly lit the room. Everything was very realistic, unlike my typical dreams. Before a moment, I thought I heard her sigh, so I moved in closer to see that she was pointing down at a bronze grave marker. I get down on my knee and wipe away the dirt and plant roots to see something that shocked me entirely. You see, she wasn't the ghost. Here lies Yuki the Kid. August 24th, 1991. SDFADFG 2013. What the fuck? I don't know what this is. The death date had too much damage for me. Let me smash. It popped up in the music, in between music. Let me smash in the chat. There we go. That's funny. Anyway, back to the story. The death date had too much damage for me to properly read. Oh, okay. Properly read it. Out of shock, I turned and looked at the girl who was crying heavily at this point. She had her hands covering her cheeks and she was mumbling something that I couldn't quite make out. I always wake up at that exact moment with tears running down my eyes. Even though I wasn't saddened by the dream, as the years went on, I kept having this dream. I didn't think much of it, just brushed it off as something my sister may have implanted into my mind to scare me. At least I thought that until I met her my senior year of high school. The girl in the white dress who stood over my grave crying now stood before me, and my nightmare began. This is where I must end the story, for there is nothing else to include. It's almost the end of 2020. All of my other dreams have come true. Coincidence? I'll give the skeptics a maybe. However, I feel as though my life will soon become interesting. They did all that work, and all I hear is criticize, criticize, criticize. I'm joking, buddy. Criticize them hard, Papa. Okay. Normally, the ones that are not ones you want to criticize harshly are ones that blatantly say, hey, this is the first timer or whatever. But some of these are written in a very specific way that's like, no, they're used to writing, and they know how a story can be. But some of them are like trying to get a point out. Like, it's one thing if it's like an anecdote, right? But some of these are just like, nah, you barely tried. Like, you can see someone writing at like an 11th grade level, but the context of it is like 3rd grade. It's weird. All right. As for this one, this would work well. I think this should be expanded, and this would work super awesome if this was like done in like that journal entry way, like keeps updating and updating until there are just no more updates. I do like the little bit of open-endedness, like, and it's not like it loses, like, oh, how did you put it there? No, he put it there purposefully. It's like archiving what happens. So no, it's cool. It's cool. All that potential wasted. I'm checking, though. You do a wonderful job, sir. Well, I'm trying to be as fair as I can. Like, like, I am trying to do credit where credit is due, but let's face it, for a lot of certain stories, one page or a few sentences just ain't enough. Like, is it on Netflix? I think it's on Netflix. There's a show called 2 Sentence Horror Stories, and it does a great job. Some of the sentences are kind of iffy, but they made a whole story out of it. So, to each its own. Their format is they give you the first sentence, and then you go through the story, and then they give you the last sentence at the end to make it make sense. And some of them you may know. 2 Sentences is great. Oh, okay, so you've seen it. Yeah, it's freaking neat. It's really cool. I like the idea. Oh. This fucking carpet sucks my balls. God damn. If I didn't keep things warm or cold, depending on the time of year, probably rip the motherfuckers up myself. Graveyard people. About 11 years ago, I used to live in a small house that neighbored a cemetery. I was only 12 at the time, so this arrangement was slightly unnerving, particularly so when I began to stay up late during the summer when school was out. If I looked into the graveyard at around 3 in the morning, I could see shadows moving. For a long time, I didn't know what they were or what they wanted, but I eventually took to calling them the graveyard people. The graveyard people had a little ritual they would do. They would always go to a grave. This was a different grave every night, grab something, and then run back into the mausoleum that sat in the center of the cemetery. For a few months, I would stay up just to watch them. After all, they stayed only in the cemetery and never seemed to notice me watching through the blinds. I had always been careful to darken my room when watching them, so I didn't leave my silhouettes showing in the window. Honestly, in early August of that year, I had a nightmare. I can't remember what it was now, but it made me utterly afraid to have a light off that night. Despite this, I wanted a last look at the graveyard people before school forced me to sleep well before they awoke for their strange ritual. So I pressed my luck. I slipped my head up to the window. A scream caught in my throat. One of the graveyard people was at my window, staring at me with its gray, hound-like face. It stared, perfectly still, with a half-eaten and half-rotted limb in one hand. I was frozen as it snorted hot breath into the window, making a fog on the glass. When it took a long finger and wrote on the glass, "You should be sleeping." For years afterwards, I refused to stay up late, and if I did, I at least pretended to sleep. I have moved several times in the years since, always for different reasons. Nothing supernatural, mind. My moves have brought me full circle. I'm in college now and live across from a cemetery once more. And occasionally, if I'm up late enough and dare look out my window, I can make out the shadows of the graveyard people. I wonder if they ever look back to see if I'm watching. Assumed to be by Stephen Grimm. Is the music too loud? It's a little loud. Get an office chair mat with the carpet spikes. It'll run you about $20-30 depending on the size. I could. I think at this point it'll just be how lazy am I? How long will it be till I'm more pissed off about it than just break down and do it? That tends to be my issue. Okay, so this story was interesting. No, this is a really appropriate story for the way it worked out. As far as, like, the quote-unquote reveal of the big bad, I think it could have done without that. I think it could have been illustrated maybe a little better to give a little bit more ambiguity to the graveyard people. Like, for example, it'd be one of those things where the silhouette is closer, but you can't make out anything. You look away for about a minute, You look back, the glass is fogged up, and all you see is the back of it. And when he moves, you see the light shine where the fog was on the glass, and you see that you should be sleeping. And he walks away. I think that would make it really interesting. I think that would be better than, like, giving a description beyond a shadow. Because now it gives, like, a certain implication of, like, demons or these kind of dog people or something like the Wendigo, you know? I think that's how I see it. Great evil demon. There is a demon of great evil that will be able to walk upon the earth if someone is told of his existence and does not repeat the name to another. To the best of my ability, his name roughly approximates Quaxluyu? Was this told to me by a rather unkempt man on the street? And if you have not noticed it already, I just told it to you. By Wolf's Rain 00. I don't know how to... Can we... Let's copy. Paste. Oh. There's things to this. Alright, how do I say you? How do I... Nope, that's not what's supposed to be there. Pronoun... Fuck. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna come up with anything. I don't know how the hell to say that. Lord Moldybutt! Yeah, pretty much. It's Lord Moldybutt. That's... Yeah, Lord Moldybutt. Gases! I'm not sure I like that one too much. And I think this is just a personal thing. I don't like the passing the buck thing. Because so I read this out loud, now it's your problem. Also, you know, told me my rather uncommon. You great evil walk on the earth, told existence not to repeat the name to another. I feel like this is supposed to actually stand for something. So I'm guessing it's supposed to be like a curse type thing. Anyway, I guess we're all gonna die. Greatest Halloween. Trick or treat. My doorbell rings. Damn kids. I mumble under my breath. I hate Halloween. All the kids running around in stupid little costumes, dressed as witches and goblins. All the kids ringing my doorbell while I'm trying to catch up on some well-needed sleep. A serial killer doesn't get a lot of time to sleep, you know. I open the door, revealing the astronaut and the alien. How cute. Get off my doorstep. I slam the door in their faces. I hate children. I can hear crying from the other side of the thick wooden door. I twist the lock and close my curtains. Hopefully, I can get some sleep now. Trick or treat. I stop halfway up the stairs, turn around, and grab my knife. There's only one of them. Easy target. I grab a bowl, fill it with candy, and then walk to the door. The door clicks, unlock before I pull it open. What a cute costume! What are you supposed to be? I put on the act of an interested adult. I couldn't care less. I'm a fairy princess, the little girl replies. Trick or treat? How about a trick, then? I grab the girl by the long blonde hair and yank her into my house. Don't scream! I slammed the door shut and turned the lock, making sure nobody could hear the screams. This only hurt for a moment. I let the blade glide along her softly pudgy cheeks. Allowing the blood to trickle down, she began to yell. I covered her mouth. If you don't shut up, I'll make you shut up, you little brat. I pushed the knife against her neck. Her skin tore and the knife sank into her throat. Tears and blood streamed down her cheeks. Warm blood. Warm tears. She'll be dead soon. This is the greatest Halloween ever. You know, if this sentence, a serial killer doesn't get a lot of time to sleep, you know, if they hadn't put that there at that point, because the reveal's already there, it kind of spoils the rest of the story. Like, now you're just waiting to see when they do it. I think this would have been much better had you put it, like, somewhere down here, like, maybe in the middle of this second to last paragraph. Oh man, there's some missed opportunities there. All right. Greeting. Note. This was posted on the Creepy Horror Wikia. It is original to Abel Deodon. Abel Deodon. Okay. The pasta. Welcome, was the first thing I heard. I was about to sleep when I heard the voice. It called to me, asking if I wanted to join. I didn't want to, yet I felt as though I had no choice, so I went. I left what used to be the inn I was visiting. Now, it looked more like a cave. I was entirely aware of what was going on. It was as though my mind was only focused on finding the source of the voice. After walking through an odd environment for what seemed like days, I came across a small house. For some reason, I knew what I was looking for was there, so I decided to enter. When I did, I heard this. It's about time. I was greeted by a woman of unimaginable beauty. However, her husband was hideous, a disgusting creature, to say the least. It filled me with a burning hatred, but I had manners. They treated me with the woman's finest cooking. However, I was uncomfortable throughout the whole meal. I stared at the husband the whole time. Luckily, he didn't seem to notice. After dinner, the wife directed me to a bedroom, filled with the food. And the shame of staring at her husband, I quickly entered. When I did, the wife told me something. If you wish to be my future husband, kill my present one. I have no use for him. With a combination of hatred to the man and the love for the woman, I listened. I waited until the creature was asleep. Then I stabbed it. I was then greeted by the woman. I welcome you into my life, she said. At that point, I began to transform. I was changing into the very thing I killed. I then awoke mysteriously in my home. I thought I had never slept. I met my girlfriend on that day. For some reason, she looks just like the woman from my dream. Okay. This one's okay. It's a loop. It's consistent. It's just, a little mundane to me. I mean, I think the issue there is that I've just been desensitized. So something like this doesn't affect me as much. And, yeah, for some reason, that line kind of takes a little bit away from me. Like, to say for some reason, I think, is redundant. Like, you know, I met my girlfriend on the day. She looks just like the woman from my dream. If you left that out, I think it would be better. I think that would, like, less is more, I think, on this one. I think it jumps a little quick around here. But, I mean, it's alright. I think this could be revised to be a lot better. And credit to, apparently, Abel Deodon, I guess. Oh, this is the same thing. Okay. So, yeah, this is the same thing. And this one says... Luna Levinci. Which one should I keep? Because now I don't know who the original is, necessarily. I'll delete this one, because it's the same story. It's the same story, and all there is a photo. The other one has, like, a distinct credit. And I think I want to keep the one with the credit, lest I do it under false pretenses. There we go. 821. Grace. Grace. The infamous death camps of Nazi Germany were a horror unto themselves, and one could find an entire library with novels concerning the unsettling cruelty that people inflicted upon the poor and defenseless with such regular brutality. It was no wonder many tales have spread through these camps, ringing from the all-too-real to the kind of stuff you expect the borderline schizophrenic conspiracy theorists. The tale I'm about to share with you is known as Greece. Concerns one of the many camps set up during the Holocaust, designed purely to determine and murder undesirables due to the fanatical hatred the Nazi regime had implanted into the minds of its people. Not even children were spared, and this is how our story was spread. According to legend, an old man would wander about the camp just as children were being rounded up for execution, somehow unseen by guards. He was taller than most. Some accounts claim he was as much as 9 feet tall, and extremely skinny with skin as pale as chalk. He dressed in an SS uniform, yet seemed all but invisible to the Nazi officers who patrolled the area. The ghoulish figure would watch in silence as the children were taken away, stopping only to converse with a single child, picked at random, whispering into their ear, and then leading them from the crowd, spiriting them away right from under their noses of the guards. The figure became known as Greece, and became somewhat of a boogeyman figure amongst those who had heard of him. Through the fate of the children he took away was never touched upon. Several theories cropped up over who or what Greece was. Some believed that he was a high-ranking officer who took children away to be experimented on and was ignored by the guards as a result. That is, sadly, the most realistic of the theories, but does little to detract the boogeyman's image from the silent specter. Other stories delve into our more supernatural origins, such as the Angel of Death or Mercy, a ghost, or even, in the most extreme theories, an alien or demon. Whatever the origin of story of this Greece is one of many disturbing tales, and the truth behind it may well be hidden in the dark corners of history. Alright, let's do a quick check on this, on what Greece actually stands for. Translate Greece from German to English. Tools. Seems to mean old, aged, decrepit, especially when decrepit, senile, seen, greaser. Okay, not sure what that's about. Alright. So this is just a Slenderman story. Yeah, this is just a Slenderman story. I do like how they didn't just call it out immediately, though. I do like how they start with ambiguity with like the SS uniform and everything. I think this actually works a little better as a Slenderman story than others do, and then the mysteriousness of it makes it really interesting. No author. Grey Lady of the Woods. Anyone here heard of the Grey Lady? She's a campfire story, but I can't find much about her. Here's part of the poem I found. Walking through the woods and see the Grey Lady. I don't know if that sticks there. Listening to an echo sounds like save me. It came from the east and then from the west. She'll rip your heart right from your chest. Middle of nowhere, feeling all alone. She smiles at me, I just want to go home. I see the bodies hanging in a tree. She looks up and points at me. Run as fast as you can. Try to get out. She chases you in circles until you shout. She comes for you when you're all alone to take your soul back to her home. By D.B. Head. I feel like I need more context for this. I feel like this is something that someone was niche looking at and was looking at things. It's Harry Potter. There's not much to look at. What about... I mean, it's got its relations, but it looks like most of what I'm looking at tends to be either other stories or Harry Potter, apparently. Oh well. But was it? I feel like I need more information. All right. All right. Grimm Brothers Turmoil. As anyone knows, there are fairy tales that come from Germany, collected and rewritten in the famous Grimm's Brothers. By the famous Grimm Brothers, but few people know how they collected these marvelous tales. Now, as I recall reading, fairy tales never used to have happy endings like people hear now. They were meant to scare children into learning lessons, or sometimes not appropriate for children to hear at all. That was how bad they were. Now, let's start with the classic tale, Little Red Riding Hood, or better known as the original as Red Cap. The original story as follows. Little Red Cap's dear old grandmother was sick. Red loved her grandmother very much and decided to take her some goodies. Originally in the basket, there was beer, fish, flowers, and meat, perfect for a sick person. So off she went. Now remember, Red, originally 11 in the story, was small, not the brightest child in the village, and very noticeable on account of her bright red cape. Oh, it's probably supposed to be red capes. The story isn't much different than it is now, except the ending. Red told the wolf exactly where she was going, and she had eaten her grandmother and put her in clothes to trick Red. Red arrived, and the monologue went as we know it, as we all know it. Red continued to ask questions and get suspicious. The wolf then ate her. No woodsman to bust in or save them. No happy ending. The point of the story was to keep young children away from sex. Yes, you read that right. Just think about that when you reread everything. Now, one of the most disturbing grim tales, Sleeping Beauty, was very inappropriate. As you know, the young princess was cursed. The curse is as follows. If the child, at 16, stroke of life, pricked her delicate little finger on the spinning wheel, she will fall ill and die. One of her fairy godmothers managed to change it, but not reverse it. Now, and as such, at the 16th stroke of life, if the child shall prick her finger on the spinning wheel, she shall fall into 100-year sleep and die, unless brought back by true love's for love's kiss. So the castle banned all spinning wheels. Of course, on her 16th birthday, she managed to find one and prick her finger. She then fell into a deep sleep. Her true love managed to find her, however, and kissed her. She didn't awake. That was because the sharp point was still in her finger, lodged under her nail. That must have been some poke. Her true love didn't want to wait, and get this, ard her in her sleep. Yes. Then, still asleep, she gave birth to 2 children. While sleeping, one of the children sucked on her finger, and the point came out. Then she woke, ardent with 2 children. What a lovely family tale, no? Yeah, so it's less of a secret now, but yeah, all those tales back in the day were fucked up. Like, majorly fucked up. It's not what you want. Like, I don't know how people were like, oh no, this is great. I mean, just listening to fucking nursery rhymes, when you actually listen to the lyrics, oh my god, like what the hell? The Little Mermaid, sea foam and dying and shit. Like, it's all darker than Disney has portrayed it. Don't get me wrong, I like the Disney movies, but it ain't this childishness that's there. My fairy tale ending is the German version, right? It's like, how fucked up can you get? And this is to teach children lessons, and we're sitting here like, who the fuck would do that to someone? It's insane. It's fucking insane. I mean, this is just like pointing out, like, oh, how fucked up stories are. Like, absolutely. Yeah. Like, this is more informational than a creepypasta, so I can appreciate that. Alright. Grimm's Boss. Anybody remember the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy? The cartoon about 2 kids who enslaved death? Well, there was one episode that was only aired once on Adult Swim. It was written and produced during season 6, but never aired for unknown reasons. If you're expecting this to be about the episode containing blood and murder or anything else extremely violent, then you're about to be disappointed. The episode contains no super deformities, hyperrealism, or gore. Thank fuck. The name of the episode is Grimm's Boss. The plot revolved around Grimm inviting his boss to dinner to be reviewed. The episode opens at Billy's house with Grimm frantically vacuuming and cleaning before Billy walks covered in mud. He is followed by Mandy. Grimm becomes extremely agitated with Billy making a mess. Mandy asks why Grimm seems so worried and hyper, and Grimm explains that his boss is coming over for dinner to review his work, and that his job depends on how it goes. Mandy, as usual, is uncaring and apathetic towards Grimm's situation and simply tells Grimm to make sure to do her chores and when he finished before leaving. The scene cuts to Grimm sitting at a table with Billy's family and practically begging them not to embarrass him. The doorbell rings and Grimm goes to answer it. The devil himself The devil himself steps in and greets Grim cheerfully, the latter referring to him as Mr. Satan. Satan asks Grim to simply call him Lou. As expected, Billy's stupidity ruins the dinner, causing Grim to start grabbing him by his neck, start shaking him comedically. Despite Billy's lack of common sense, Grim ends up keeping his job nonetheless. Lou asks to speak with Grim in private. Grim obliges, and Satan reveals that he's looking for a new apprentice and asks Grim to suggest someone evil enough for the job. Grim at first suggests himself, but Satan laughs, saying that Grim needs to maintain his job as death. Reluctantly, Grim takes Lou around Ennsville to find a new apprentice, introducing him to General Scar, Eris, and Nigel Jr. Nargle Jr. Nurgle. Each ending was with disastrous comical results. Just as Grim and Lou are about to give up, Mandy arrives and begins bossing Grim around. Impressed, Satan pulls out a personal profile of Mandy, leading into a clip montage of Mandy at her worst, having never seen a soul more evil than Mandy's. Satan offers her the role as his apprentice. Mandy, however, overthrows Satan and becomes the new ruler of Hell, enslaving both Grim and the devil. The episode ends with a shot of Mandy ruling over Hell with an iron fist as multiple souls are seen burning in agony. I want to see this fucking episode. If this actually existed at any point, I want to fucking see it. That sounds fucking amazing and like on par with Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Like, it's not. I don't even think that's the first time that she's done things like that. Like, can we just have that episode? Can we give this to the producers and say, hey, make it? Someone needs to send this to Richard Horvitz and see if he actually knows if this is real or not. It would be great. I want this to be real so bad. Like, for one thing, it's like kids no super deformities or hyper realism or gore. I love that. I love that. And the burning, I'm sure, is comedic burning. Like, it's not the first time they've had burning. No, this is like on par. I want to see what Lou would look like, and oh my god. Somebody get Tom in here. You got explaining to do. Oh man. If this is real, hold on. I have curiosities. Lost. Billy and Mandy. Hold on. Maybe I can look up character. Greg Eagles. He voices the Grim Reaper. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Satan? Was Satan there? I don't think so. That's Nargle. Do we have any images that would allude to it? Ah, damn it. Things I would like to have seen. I was gonna see if there's anything close enough to, like, give us somewhere to go with it, but I don't think there is. I think it's completely lost. Nurgle's like the closest thing that would represent that, but he's not that at all. So... yeah. Alright, well. That be that. Oh well. Yeah, fucking... Sorry, that just sounds like a really fun episode to watch. And I want to watch it. Just give me it. Give me it all. Like, this is exactly how an episode like that would work. Oh. Okay, moving on. It does, though. Yeah, right? You'd watch it, wouldn't you? I'd fucking watch the shit out of it. Like, that's a standard episode that I'd love to watch. Grin. If one searches every channel on his TV, there's a slight chance that he may encounter a channel which broadcasts only one thing. Something which has claimed the lives of many people. Jacob was tired of watching the same channels on TV. Cartoon Network was too boring, and he simply did not have the time to watch past HBO's commercial breaks. He decided to search through the channels to find something interesting. Going past the documentaries and the cooking shows, Jacob found himself looking at a man behind a desk, grinning at him. Puzzled, Jacob decided to wait a while. After 5 minutes, nothing happened. The man sat in the same position, his eyes never blinking. Creeped out, Jacob continued to pursue for something interesting. The next day, Jacob found that CNN News and National Geographic had both been replaced by the same channel. Jacob considered calling the cable company to see what the problem was. That can be done later, Jacob thought, and looked back at the TV. Something about the man was unusually unnerving. He found himself studying the man's face, from the bloodshot eyes to the grin. After 10 minutes, the camera began closing in on his face. Jacob quickly switched the TV off. He decided to spend some time outside, but found himself thinking about the man. He switched the TV back on. Now all the channels had been replaced. The same man was everywhere, his taunting eyes beckoning him forward. Jacob sat closer to the TV. The man began vibrating, as if he was going static. Jacob looked in horror. The man stretched his hand out and pulled Jacob in. Lying on the floor was Jacob's body, with a grin on his face. You know what? I could see a short film being done of that. Like, in my head, I could see it. I think this would make a good, like, 5-minute short video of, like, things progressing. And, like, having the latter half of the call where he's talking with someone about it. I think that'd be cool. It would work. I think it would work. Ooh. Oh. Grinch theory. The entire movie, The Grinch, was really Cindy Lou Who, a patient in an insane asylum, having insane hallucinations about her father, Mr. Grinch. Max represented the dog she had once owned, that had died in a fire when she was young. Feeling responsible for his death, she dreamt that he was tortured by the very same criminal who she had let slip accidentally. She attempted to murder her father, but instead ended up killing her brother. She hid the body secretly, making sure not a drop of blood remained in plain sight. Every Christmas, the kids from nearby elementary school would sing Christmas carols outside the building. These were all the songs in the Who's down in Whoville sing. You know, I want to give credit to this, but the insane asylum thing has been done so many times at this point. Even if this is one of the earliest ones that got to do it before it became an issue, it's very watered down at this point. It doesn't have the power that it used to, because we already had that with so many people. Like, there's a way you could make it work, but I think there's a lot of stretching that you gotta do. There's a lot of mental gymnastics. As far as the Grinch goes, if you move away from the original movie with the Dr. Seuss animation and everything back in the 90s or 80s or whenever the fuck it was made, and you go to like the starting from the live action and the one later, that was 3D animated by what, Pixar or some shit. The Grinch is justified in being a little bit of a dick, because the Who's are terrible people. They're assholes. Like, yeah, no, I'd be pissed off too. There's a reason we can relate to the Grinch like that. The Grinch in the original short was just vindictive of everyone. Like, he hated everyone being happier than him. In these ones, no, everyone was a dick to him when he was younger. So he's pretty justified. The Who's were terrible to him. Especially in the fucking the live action one. It's like, no shit, you're all terrible, selfish people. These are the Who's? Yeah, no. Of course, that's not really a creepypasta, but nah, I think the Grinch was justified in those movies. Anyway. That was weak. Yeah, 100% accurate, Brodo. Yeah, yeah, you know where I'm coming from. Like, don't be a dick to people. You justify them being pissed off at you. Hey, you're hairy. And I'm also got green skin. The fuck? Tries to better themselves and still gets made fun of. No, fuck you guys. I'd be pissed off too. Alright. Grown up. Your door opens slightly. You feel a rush of panic, but you figure it's just your dog entering the room. She loves to curl up next to your bed, after all. When you hear rustling from downstairs, you feel a rush of panic, but you figure it's your mother. Late night cleaning, eh, Mom? What a spaz. She always does this. You hear banging in the room next to you. You feel a rush of panic, but you figure it's just your sister. Hey, probably arguing with her dumb shoe collection again. You think to yourself, she always does this. You hear someone walking up the stairs. You feel a rush of panic, but you figure it's just your brother coming home from work. You're so proud of him. He was in the gutters for a while, but now he's raking in the cash at his new job. You smack yourself in the head. Why am I so paranoid? I mean, come on. You always do this. You freak out when you hear the slightest noise. Pathetic. You're a big girl now. Man, Your train of thought stops. You stare into space. You have a horrible expression on your face. Your eyes water and sting. Your stomach sinks. You feel like screaming. You feel like crying. You feel a rush of panic. That's right. You're not a child anymore. You're a big girl. You moved out of your mother's house years ago. That's right. That one... I actually got goosebumps on that one. That one's clever. Like, it's not that deep, but it's what it needs to be to get the point across. Like, I wonder how much... I'm wondering if you could make this bigger without ruining it. It could be written maybe a little better, but that's about the best I could think of. I don't think you could make this too much bigger before it'd be too long. But I do wonder, how far could you go before you do the big reveal of you're alone in a house. You're not with your family anymore. Man. Like, if nothing else, the dog might still be there. But everything else is like, whoa, hold on a second. Who the hell is that? I don't have roommates. I don't have parents or brother and sister here. No, this one I think is actually pretty good. Growths. I'd had them ever since I was a kid. I can remember being incredibly self-conscious about them, hiding them in my pockets under books and bags. These kids at school never said anything about my face, but I knew they were laughing behind my back. I remember asking my parents to take me to a doctor to get them checked out. The growths on my hands seemed to be the elephant in the room back then, since they just say I was fine and change the subject. But I knew better. I had tried to remove them as a child, but without avail. Scissors, knives, potato peelers, trying to cut or scrape them off was always a lost cause because I couldn't continue once the pain kicked in. But today was different. It's amazing how numb you can get with a couple of tourniquets and a bottle of Jack Daniels. I was originally planning to use a sharp knife, but figured that trying to slice through the tough flesh of the growths would be too arduous in my drunken state. I opted for a slightly more technological plan B. I had to hurry, though. I was already pretty lightheaded and was starting to feel dizzy. My hands and forearms, nearly blue from the lack of circulation, couldn't wait much longer. The whirling of the blender helped put me in a sort of trance. Ready to do what? I had wanted to do this since I first looked down at my strange deformities. I shoved my left hand in first, and immediately a sense of sharp blades slicing through the flesh was jarring, but I was surprised how well the alcohol was working. I expected it to hurt more. I could hear the sharp metal churning and cutting, working perfectly as planned. I pressed my hand down harder. All those bad memories, all of the embarrassment, all of the horrible things were now nothing more than thick red pulp. Breaking from the feeling of ecstasy, I pull out before the blades hit knuckle. I smiled, taking a good look at my hand. As for the growths, well, 5 down, 5 to go. Closest credit, Javer80. Yeah, that one was predictable. That's probably the only issue I have, is that one was predictable. It was circumvented a little under halfway through, but once you got to the point where it was a tourniquet, that's the part I was like, oh, it's his fingers. Of course, the picture didn't really help either. So, I mean, a solid A for effort, but I think this one gave it away too. I think this one gave it a little bit too much away. To begin with, I think it would have been better if the game was given away a little further at the end and was a little bit more rushed. To be honest, I think it's slow in the beginning, rushed in the end. Like doing a little bit more of like explaining, okay, this is the shit I'm still going through because of this, just to try and circumvent those expectations a little bit before you get the big reveal. All right. I think now we're about to get into some iffy territory. Oh, we're gonna get into the H's, and I can already see some. There's just so many that aren't that good. Gaming creepypastas. You can make good ones, but damn it, are there a lot of bad ones. And the single-page ones don't do well normally. A couple of them have. The anecdote ones do a lot better, but... Okay, let's go. Let's go. Alright? Yeah, let's go. GTA 4. Shadows. I recently bought a used GTA 4 at GameStop. I didn't care if it was used or not, I just wanted to play it. The game seemed okay, for a few scratches here and there. The game ran pretty smoothly for a used one. I spent most of my time fooling around causing mischief. I had almost no problems except one thing. I was being an idiot running around down an almost empty street and suddenly got hit by a car that wasn't there before. Before even thinking, I pulled out my RPG and shot straight at the car. I laughed as I heard the driver scream in pain. But my smile quickly stopped. The scream turned into a blood-curdling cry. One that I've never heard before in GTA. The driver slowly got out of the car on fire, and his body was completely black from being burned. Instead of running away or dying, he just stood there staring at me and screaming. I pulled out my pistol and shot him a couple of times, only making his cries change from pain to anger. The closer I moved towards him, the laggier the game got. I was starting to get creeped out, but I just shook it off as a glitch that made the guy unable to die. I quickly ran away and got into the nearest car. Nico started the engine, and immediately the car exploded and Nico started screaming recklessly. He casually got out of the car, and even though he was on fire, he wasn't losing any health. Nico's screams got even more horrifying, more realistic. I was really starting to get scared. I decided to load back the last save before any of this happened. It was all the same, but this time my character was replaced with a solid black silhouette, just like the Burning Man. Every few minutes, my guy would let out a haunting scream of pain, each one getting worse. I continued to play the game, and that's when I got freaked out. Any car I got into immediately caught on fire and eventually exploded. Every time I went near a person, they burst into flames and screamed as they burned. The people around didn't even care. They just kept walking casually. Once the person stopped burning, they got up and kept walking as black corpses, like shadows. By Creepypasta World? I'm pretty sure it's just the picture. Okay, nah, I did. Okay, so like you say, I was really starting to get scared. I got freaked out. Like, yeah, we get it. It's weird. So a lot of us, we're no stranger to corrupted discs. That audio files can get fucked up. But that's something that would be a really massive glitch to happen, and the circumstances, like, nah, I'm not seeing it. I'm really not seeing it. This one's just, like, hard to get through. Like, I laughed as I heard the driver scream in pain, was already like, ugh. Like, that's the part that kind of keys me off to, like, nah, this guy ain't for real. Like, if you said as it exploded, because the explosions are funny, right? Because then you come off as the more sadistic person as the OP. It's just weird. I don't think that everything was considered there. Also, I hope anyone who finds any of their stories on here, if you want to credit yourself, you can. Just know if you're not actually the one that's due credit, then hopefully people will call you out. Like, you might want to provide sources if you can. Anyway. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas Weird Version. I got my Grand Theft Auto San Andreas from a store. I don't even remember the name, but it was used. I paid the person and he said, you have to be lucky. I don't know what that meant, but I brought it home. It was an ordinary day when I was playing Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I started a new game, but something weird was going on. There was something in the background. It looked like it was CJ's mom's corpse. But you can see all the bullet holes, all the blood spurting out, and no head. I almost threw up. I even knew that I was going to get to be scared, scarred for life. I went on, scared, scarred, and somehow interested. I started the game, but something was messed up. In the regular game, Officer Tenpenny picks you up. In the cutscene, CJ got into a parked car and was talking to someone in the passenger, but nobody was in the seat. CJ was the only one in the car. He was saying, I'm back. Did you miss me? I hate those ballas. I would kill everyone that killed you, Mama. Things just got weirder by CJ just saying Mama everywhere he goes and sometimes commits suicide. One time when he got revived, he was in some kind of building with no lights. You can hear moaning like it was from a ghost. I got completely scared and almost soiled myself. I shut the game off and went to sleep. I wish I didn't, because I had this crazy dream that about me playing the role of CJ, and I see a person eating a body. Not just any body, but I think it was CJ's mom's body. I think he's coming for me. I better run before he gets me. I think I'm gonna call 911. I have to commit suicide. I can't be like this no more. And she's watching me. God damn it. It's not good. No. Oh my god. You know, and the thing is like, it's not like the premise isn't a bad, it's not like the premise itself is bad. Like, this could be well written if you wanted to write it. This is just not good. Like, I feel like most gaming creepypastas really have to be a slow, gradual pickup. And, like, I think most of the time it's better if it stays within the game. But, like, holy shit, the ending, that last few sentences was just a huge jump. And I feel like I need to pop up and go ahead and do this just in case. Alright. You know, just so you know, I guess, is that the American one? Okay, yeah. So 988 for the crisis lifeline. Numbers. Give me a listing. Give me a listing. Here we go. I think this is the current hotline numbers list. So yeah, you can call these. There's that one. Like, just in case there's issues that people have and you need that, I feel like this is important, like whenever those things come up. These are things you need to be able to feel comfortable with calling, or try to, or someone needs to call. Yeah, and there are quick numbers apparently that I didn't know about. Huh. Anyway. That's a thing. But man, like, my god, is that a leap. Go straight to that, and then I can't be like this no more. She's watching it. What do you mean she's watching you? I thought it was CJ. Oh my god. This was a bad one. Like, you know, this is one of those things where, like, it needs more, and it needs to be a lot more subtle. Like, this feels like someone's first creepypasta, but this is, like, very low effort. It's because, like, I've heard this before. Blood spurting out, a lot of blood, and then I almost threw up. Like, everyone is like, I almost threw up. I'm gonna be scarred for life, and yet I still a lord. Like, I can't control. It's a very overused trope. It's very tiring, and it's just like, come on, man, you don't need to be doing this. It ain't deep like that. Well, that picture isn't gonna help, is it? Fuck. We'll go ahead and get this one done, and then I'll take a break. GTA San Andreas. GTA SA. If you were to look in your GTA SA folder, you would obviously find files such as models, data, Clio. If you were to go to the audio folder and click on streams, you would find a little zip file named AA. If you don't believe me, you can find out yourself. If you were to decode that file, and you would find SA text document. If you click on the document, you would be comforted by letters in the gibberish form. If you were to read all of it, you would find a website link hidden in the file. You will go to an unknown website and find a download button in the words Clio Mod 2. Or C1E2EO2. It looks like Clio. This Clio has big tits. You will download the mod and install it by putting it in your Clio file. Clio folder. The game will automatically start up. You'll see a new game, the start new game, load game, quit. Click the new game. You will be starting with the beta version of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. To your shock, you'll find the dead child model in game on the ground. You'll also see the clock reads 0666. You will hear CJ chanting Bible lines. The game will crash. Your computer will have a virus. And all the files on your computer would erase except for one, entitled GTA SA. The HUD game. Added by Stick Fingers. The only credit I've got. Nah. Dumb. It's bad. It's not good. You know, okay, so this is someone that's trying to put in, like, okay, I know how files work and stuff, but no, that's not. It's just... He got to the point where he went through the folder, and then... Like, this is a huge stretch. Like, why would that be the beta? Why would the beta be like it? No, and like, if you get to that far and you download the mod, for one thing, it's a Trojan to begin with. You don't need to download mysterious mods or links. Like, this would be something to fuck with someone's computer, like, purposefully. Like, if there's a file like that that leads you to a link like that, for one thing, I don't think you have an official copy of the game. Like, this doesn't say, like, it's Steam or it's anything else. It's just where the download comes from. So I think you're hard-pressed to find someone who's going to actually be like, nah, it's good. Give me a break. Okay. Like I said, I'm going to take a break. We'll start back on this one. Ooh, excuse me. So, thank you so far for watching, listening. I'm going to be taking a break. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, get something to drink, pet a dog, pet a cat, do whatever it is you normally do during an intermission. I'll be taking about 10 or 15 minutes. This is the intermission. Okay, and now we're back. Get this a little closer. Get up, and there we go. Okay. So hope you all had a lovely break. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You know, I might consider keeping the chat box on all screens. Just so that way it makes it easier. At the ending and beginning and intermission, and not losing the progress on the chat box. So even if I'm gone, everyone else can still chat between each other. All right, music. There's not as much music as I thought there was on here. Oh well, whatever. Okay. Oh, now we're good. Starting back off. Guide to Faith. You will need a clock, a mirror, 3 candles, preparation. The instructions. On the clock, wait until 11:30 p.m., then walk up to the mirror. Able to see whole body or whole shoulders and head in it. Place a candle in a sort of triangle shape around it. Light the candles. Then say to the mirror, anything I ever know or anything I ever did is entirely dedicated to you. Wait there for 30 more minutes until it is exactly midnight. And don't move while you're waiting. If nothing happened, you have gained faith by following these rules. If you didn't move, the mirror was saying he will never kill you or stalk you. If you died, you didn't follow the rules, and your family will die too. Written by The Slender Man. 12:50, March 5th, 2012. Well, I got it about a year later. Just under a year later. That's when I grabbed it, buddy. It's a ritual pasta, and it's a repeatable one. Easily repeatable. But it's just kind of bleh. It's bland is all. It's not even that it's bad, it's just bland. There needs to be more, I think there needs to be more mystery to it. Guiding death. A man worked alone in a lighthouse with his 15-year-old son. One stormy night, he realized that he was in dire need of supplies, food, water, propane for the generator, and decided to head out into town. Since the man lived 20 miles from the nearest neighbor and 30 from the nearest store, he thought it would be the best to leave his son alone. He told his son to be safe, to lock the door, and to stay in his room where he was safe. When he had driven almost 13 miles, he saw a single cloaked figure standing on a hill. He could not make out who or what the figure was through the downpour. Eventually, as he drew closer, he noticed a long scythe. And with the clasp of lightning, he saw the hooded figure for what it really was. Frozen in fear, the car started to veer off the road. As he managed to regain control, he noticed that the figure was beckoning him. The man feared more what would happen to his son than himself, so he turned the car around and raced back home. When he got inside, he locked the door and called to his son, weeping. When he found his son, he embraced him, fear that this would be the last time he would be able to do so. As he did this, he told his son to remain in his room until he called him, or morning came. Just then, the door broke into splinters, and the figure walked in. In the dimly lit room, the man could clearly see the disfigured skull and the long, sharp scythe. He knew his time was up, and stood to face the figure honorably. The figure then spoke. "I am sorry to have frightened you on the road. Your time has not come." Flooded with relief, the man called to his son and asked why the figure had been beckoning him. The figure went on to say, "I merely wish to inquire where I might find your son." Submission by Michael A. You know what? That has subversion. Subversion, like, almost always works well in most cases, like a good 70%. You know what? I like this. I do. I think this one's pretty decent. You know, it's almost like a cute little horror story. Hey, buddy, how you doing? You doing all right? Oh, don't worry, it's not for you. I'd see Grim Adventures Billy and Randy doing something like that. Okay. Gumball suicide theory. Author's note. Okay, I know that most gumball pastas that exist on this website are troll pastas, but I assure you this pasta is not a troll pasta. Don't let the topic fool you. The theory. I've never watched any shows on the new Cartoon Network, but when I do, I usually see Regular Show, Adventure Time, or The Amazing World of Gumball. The few times I've watched one of these particular shows, The Amazing World of Gumball, I usually see some episodes where something odd happens. The event reoccurs throughout the entire series. Usually in the middle of an episode, somebody randomly jumps through the school building window onto the ground. This usually happens when a character is in some sort of danger, like in one episode where Darwin, one of the main characters, jumps out of one of the school buildings into the ground. The reason? It's because he didn't want to kiss one of the school students. Gumball himself didn't jump through the school window and onto the ground sometimes. Many characters have, but they never really got seriously injured or killed, if you will. This is likely to be the fact that it's a kid's show, but that's not the point. The point is, this is an imaginary and happy world of Gumball. somebody would do such a thing as symbolizing suicide. And there is one particular character which best symbolizes the feel of misery and death. One character who probably was the one who truly perished in one of these harmless falls. Carrie, a ghost character who appears normally in the series, she is filled with misery and hate. The key word here is ghost. She fits perfectly in with the category of suicidal personalities. In The Ghost, she states pain is the only emotion she can feel. This is a quote from the Amazing World of Gumball Wiki. Possibly being the first one to perish, it would make sense that the only emotions she can feel are pain and misery. Could it be that someone accidentally committed in this otherwise happy series? This might just be the beginning. New characters can be added to furthermore add proof to the series. Until then, we might never know. There's a lot of theory ones that just don't really add up the same way, because, like, Carrie in the show has more emotions than pain and suffer. Like, she experiences love, and she has a crush on Darwin at some point. So, nah, this one doesn't... I don't think this holds up the same way they think it does. And I don't really care to look at the wiki either. It's whatever. No author. Figures. That's a neat little graphic. Alright. Gut feeling. I was awoken from my slumber by a loud thump. I tried to get back to sleep, but I heard another sound outside. My gut feeling was telling me that out of my home. My gut feeling was telling me to get out of my home, but I decided not to listen. The intruder broke into my home with a grotesque smile. He took all my clothing, jewelry, and finally he pried off my head with a shovel. If only I had listened to my gut. Too bad the maggots ate it long ago. Huh. Okay. Okay, the directions are weird. So it seems like you're at home, slumbered by a loud thump, being the door to the coffin, and then my gut feelings tell me to get out of my home, but I decided not to listen. Into my home with a grotesque smile, being the grave robber, clothing, jewelry, and pried my head off with a shovel. Oh well, yeah, it's a grave robber. He's robbing a grave. Oh, these are backwards. Alright, I'll do it in order. Half and half, half and half. Oh yeah, gut feeling was assumed to be by Swedish Lemon. Swedish Lemon? Alright. Why is this after part 2? Oh, that's weird. Anyway. I'll read, make sure it's in order. Half and half. I love Creepypasta. I've read every one of them. Slenderman, The Rake, good old Jeff, all of them. That is why it chose me. Allow me to elaborate. I love to hunt gross. So, about 3 weeks ago, I was returning from a rather successful hunt. 3 males and 1 female ruffled grows. Hold on, I need to make sure I know what that is. What the hell's grows? Grouse? Copy. Okay, birds. Burbs. Does. And you're so cute. Why would you want to shoot them? People eating them. To complain angrily. Oh. That was good to eat. Very tasty. Okay, well. That settles that. I figured that's what it was, but alright. Now I have context. 3 males and 1 female, ruffled grows. That is when I heard it. I heard a weak, childlike, "Help me, please." I ran to the source of the noise, and I saw a young girl, no more than 6, lying on the grass. "Do you need help?" I said. Her voice became demonic, and she laughed. "No, you will be perfect." Then, please believe me, her head split open, not like the skull and brain, her skin. I could not make this up if I tried. She grew and grew until she became a 5-foot-tall, pulsating, oozing mass. "Dear Mother of God!" I screamed. Her? No, its skin. No, not a skin, a hide, a leathery hide lay on the ground before me. I ran. It seemed to follow. It was hunting me. It was a predator and I was prey. I threw the grouse that I had in my hand at it. It absorbed it into its flesh with the horrible noise, like a mix between a sucking and a drainage pipe flushing. I ran to my car, a Honda Fit. It wouldn't open. The thing drew nearer and nearer. It was now white, like cream. It was half human, half monster. It was half and half. By Kick Zero. And then part 2. The beast drew nearer and nearer. I could see it clearly now. It was a jumbled mess of muscle and organs, bled profusely. I could see every organ in the body, but the brain. "You are perfect. You get the fuck away!" I screamed at it. My back to the car, and my gun pointed right at it. I fired a 12-gauge shotgun, and should have torn it apart. Should have. Instead, it wiggled around a bit, and kept coming. It launched itself toward me, and I could not get out of the way in time. It sucked me in. All but my brain and skin. It slithered into my skin and took me over. I moved, but it was not my movement. I drove home with my gun, but it was not me driving. I entered my home, gun cocked and loaded. I saw my wife and my kids. Bang, bang, pow, bang. All were dead. Then I heard its voice. It sounded like a cat, a snake with a heavy lisp and rolling the R's. "You are perfect. I will give you 30 minutes. Then you are mine forever." There is my story. I feel myself fading. Like, am I being smothered out of the like I'm being smothered out of the universe. Goodbye. Half and half. Part 1 and part 2. I don't really like it. I don't really like it, man. I don't really like it. Yeah, that didn't do too well. Again, there's a lot of missed opportunity. But I feel like, for one, you have a very terrible character to begin with. And for one thing that gets me is, I love Creepypasta, I've read all of them. That's why it chose me. Okay, the Creepypasta thing, the meta part of it, really takes a lot out of it. Like, the way it's written is to try and make you forget this was said, but why say it in the first place? This adds nothing to... In fact, if anything, it takes away from the story. Less would be more without this. Like, actually, if you started it with, "It chose me," that would work a lot better than the rest of this. Because this doesn't add anything to it except breaking the momentum of it from the get-go. So it's already fucked to begin with. It would be significantly better without that. And I think this paragraph could have been written better, where it starts getting to the point where he drove home, but when it's like, "Then I saw my wife with my kids," I feel like there should be more to that, more explanation. let go, yeah, I had no choice. I couldn't control myself. I tried to stop crying on the inside, but nothing coming out on the outside. That kind of thing. Like, at some point, I needed to actually try and write some creepypasta stories, eventually. But nah, the half and half, and also saying half and half human, half monster, it was half and half, like, why? The car not opening, that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing about it that would say that would ever be an issue, except for the panicking part. It'd be better if instead of it wouldn't open, I panicked too much and couldn't unlock the door. Like, things could have been better. Alright. Half-Life 2 mod. Well, I decided to play Half-Life 2 because I'm a huge fan of it. While I was searching for an awesome mod for Half-Life 2 from Google, I finally saw one with a cool mod name called the Modux. I kind of thought, wow, ducks? So I decided to download it, and it was awesome, at least for 5 minutes, because after 5 minutes, everything went creepy as hell. You know, my gun has been shooting weird. Like it's glitching my gun, and it's been shaky for like 3 seconds. And then some creepy as hell sounds played. I decided to shut my laptop down, but I just can't for some reason. Music has been playing even though it's been shut, so I have no choice but to play it. After playing for 30 minutes, it's gotten bloody. This is so fucking crazy. It's so fucking scary. I even called the cops. And I said everything that they accused me of. And I said everything, and they accused me of doing drugs, and now I'm in jail. By the way, this is not a real story. I mean, yeah, figured that. This is just like a really lazy one. There's nothing really to explain anything, and like nothing that's like, you wouldn't call the cops for that until it actually affected you. And like I that probably wouldn't blame them for the way they felt. This was super low effort to me. Like, there's plenty about the game that can be interpreted as being scary and like with minor things, but like then the end, by the way, this is not a real story, like no shit. No fucking shit. And I've gotten to the point where I really hate I had to keep playing, I have no choice. The fuck you don't. This isn't fucking NES Godzilla. Like, it's not that you don't have a choice. Like, it should be the intrigue, and you need to be able to write that well. So, like, it's kind of like, you know, you're in a RPG. Let's say you're in an action RPG like Zelda. The adventure is what you live for. You are the person who wants the adventure. You don't need to be told to go on an adventure. That's what you live for. So it really gets to me when it's like, oh, I have no choice but to play, but I really don't want to play. Bull fucking shit. You can stop. There's nothing forcing you that you've written into it. Let me smash. Let me smash in the chat. Yeah. I'm gonna make this a goddamn thing. I have got to get more creepy game music, too. Alright. Because this playlist just isn't that big, is it? No, it's pretty small. Fuck. Yeah, I need to get more video game horror music. Recommendations are welcome. Alright. Halloween Gamble. Halloween. a time for treats, costumes, and lighthearted festivals. However, if you so choose, you may take advantage of this sacred night and contact him. First, you'll need a candle, mirror, and a small bit of gold, like a piece of jewelry, and a pinch of salt. Make sure you are alone and turn off all lights and sources of sound, such as TVs or phones. This must start at 9 o'clock. Sit in the middle of a fairly open room and light the candle. Place the lit candle in front of you and take the mirror and salt. Lay the mirror flat on the ground and sprinkle the salt on it. Look down at the mirror by the candlelight. If you see a lightly translucent shadowy figure behind you when you look into the mirror, do not turn around or make any noise or indication that you know it is there. Smash the mirror and scatter the shards everywhere. Take a shard of glass, your candle, and a bit of the gold and walk out of the room. Here's where the real fun begins. Use the shard of glass to look behind your shoulder, and keep the candle and gold in front of you. If you see the same shadowy figure behind you from earlier, start running. Do not take your eyes off of this shard of glass. If you do for only a few seconds, I cannot guarantee you'll be alive come morning. Just keep walking around for about half an hour, then proceed to the lowest point in your home. If you do not have such place, like a basement or cellar, proceed to the largest mirror. Now hold out the gold and your candle and drop the glass shard at your feet. Declare the following: I have evaded you for this long. I've evaded you for this long now. If you have been merciful enough to allow me to do this. For you have been merciful enough to allow me to do this. Blow out the candle and close your eyes, but keep the gold extended out. Say this next. As payment, receive this offering of gold. Drop the gold at your feet and keep your eyes closed. If you feel a cold, heavy force on your forehead, open your eyes. He will be before you. You may ask him one thing, anything at all. He will tap your forehead once more, and it will be known. Sleep in the exact spot you stand and don't open your eyes till dawn. Congratulations. You have survived the encounter with him. I advise you not to try it again ever. You know, ritual, this is a well-written ritual pasta. I don't care for too many ritual pastas like this. Like, trying to get an answer or whatever. It's just like... And that might be a personal thing, because I don't have anything that I want answered like that. Like, there ain't anything that deep for me. Hallucination or reality? This pasta is partially based on a true story. It all started 2 weeks after my grandmother's death. I was 10 years old at the time, around the winter of '06. I woke up early one morning and everyone in my house was asleep. I believe it was 4:30 a.m. I walked out into the hallway and went into the bathroom, not bothering to close the door since I just took a quick piss anyway. Across from the bathroom door was the door that led down into the basement. The door that led to the basement was a glass door, but with a flowery design on it, so if someone was standing behind it, you could see them, but they would be fuzzy from the flower design. I never thought about seeing anything paranormal. And even as a 10-year-old boy, I still had no belief in ghosts or anything. It just never really crossed my mind. Anyway, I was standing there in the bathroom, with the light off since it was just becoming lighter outside, when I heard a small tapping on the glass door of the basement. I finished up and approached the door. The tapping got louder and finally my eyes adjusted. It was a hand smacking the door from the other side. I could see a faint pinkish white silhouette of an elderly woman. It looked like my recently deceased grandmother. I felt shock, but not afraid. I simply walked into the other room. The tapping continued, turning into a hard, fast pounding until suddenly it stopped. Dead silence throughout the house. The faint sound of footsteps going down the cellar stairs. An episode of a possible hallucination over. But was it a hallucination? To this day, I look back at the spot on the cellar door where the hand was violently pounding. When I see a brownish, splotchy stain on that resembles a handprint, I swear that before that day, nearly 6 years ago, that stain was never there. Yeah, that'd probably fuck me up. Like, it's just like it's reversing Twilight. There's some light outside that you can generally see things and you don't know what's going on. But it's like, this isn't right. Okay. We're getting into some Halo. Alright. Halo 3. Arbiter. So I was browsing at GameStop when I found a game. It was called Halo 3. I had just gotten Halo 4, so I wanted to bring back the nostalgia. I really should not have bought the game. Okay, so I bought the game for $15, tax included, and I took it home to play. The game was kind of glitchy, but I thought it was just because it was pre-owned. When I got closer to the level, Floodgate, the Arbiter started to say random lines like, "The Prophet is no more, the elites are power," and so on. When I got to the Scarab on the Storm, the Arbiter was there. I did not remember him here at this time, but I thought he came in at the Pelican after I destroyed the Scarab. When I destroyed the Scarab, I fell through the floor. I was in a falling position and I fell into a weird room. I looked to my left and saw the Arbiter. He was dead, but realistic red blood was leaking from him, and elites always had purple blood. When he came up like a zombie and his eyeball sockets were pitch black holes. He got out a knife and slit Master Chief's throat. Real blood came out and I respawned in a cemetery. The screen turned black. I took out the disc. Where it usually says Halo 3, it said arbiter.exe. I broke the disc and never played it again. Yeah, no. Okay, so what's wrong with this one? So, I don't think that changing the blood to be realistic makes a difference in this case, because it's already a game where things are meant to look fairly realistic to begin with. I don't think you have a problem with just saying there's blood. And even keeping their own blood, like, it doesn't have to be red. Like, I don't think that helps. I feel like if you want to do a little bit more, I think you could expand on, like, how Arbiter was acting. So Arbiter's an elite, as far as I know, and he's against the Covenant, a rebel, if you will. So it's like, okay, what are you supposed to do? At least in the way I see it, I think that you need more build-up, and you need a much better ending. By Skin Shredder 19. Skin Shredder 19. Because it's in the sarcastic text. I like how that's just become sarcasm text now. That's fucking nuts, right? Okay. Used to be Slenderman text or whatever, or Zolo or some shit. Halo, the Secret Flood. I was just playing Halo Combat Evolved for old time's sake. Killing Flood, my friend was over, and we were playing multiplayer. Anyways, we had read online all the secrets about Flood, like, if you play their clips backwards, you can hear them say things like, "I know you were there," and "come back." But the one that interested us the most was the one about making the flood make a unique sound by hitting them in certain areas with certain weapons. We tried what the story described. I won't tell you because I don't want you to make my same mistake. You've already told it, like hitting certain areas with certain weapons, and you can do a lot with that. You've already given the game away. The flood made a scream, like a scream of immense pain, and died. It was horrifying, not because it was something scary. It was just so painful sounding. And it seemed human regardless of the fact that it was an elite combat form. It made us feel bad for liking to kill flood and making them feel pain. I felt sadness for what seemed like no reason. It was indeed a sad day. It was very sad. Bungie must have removed it because of how sad it made people feel. If Flood could actually make such a sound by default, it would be immensely horrifying, as people would feel bad for the Flood. Me and my friends researched the sound online, but it turns out that the page was about an Easter egg, the Easter egg was removed. It said that it was so violated by the site. It said that it was violating the site's terms of service, which confused me. But I also read something else that related to the noise. There was a hidden secret flood that would say a commentary about the noise and why it was removed, but could only be accessed on Halo Custom Edition. But it was out of normal map bounds. Needless to say, I tried it, and I'm about to quote it. Hello, this is Chris Butcher, the lead designer at Bungie. We are sorry to have left the sounding game, but our fans must know the truth. Our original intention of the Flood was to have them as failed experiments the Covenant made, and there would be a human combat form. That is why the scream sounded human. We didn't like this idea and scrapped it. Along with the sound you heard, however, as a reward for finding this, we have unlocked a new gun. It is always instant kill, as a reward for the things you heard. After all, we did lose a team member when the sound was heard during beta testing. Sobs were heard. I'm sorry. I'm just so sorry. And after the flood died instantly. I'm confused to this very day about the event. I don't think about the flood the same sense. By Luke Rules. Alright, yeah. Honestly, it kind of makes the flood seem really cool. Like, in concept. Like, I feel like there's a lot more that could be done with this. I'm not sure there's necessarily any missed opportunities, but I think what's there needs to be expounded on. This needs to be a bigger story, I think. This being the ending, I think is fine. For what it's worth, but it's not the worst. And it doesn't, like, get super deep in, like, what's going on. Like, we know what the Flood are like. When you introduce a sound, and then they give an explanation for how the sound's there, and that it is a purposeful thing. Yeah, that's interesting. And also, want to see what gun is. Okay. Yeah. Hanako-san. Hanako-san has been a myth in Japan since the 1950s that was responsible for the disappearance of hundreds of people. Now, I will tell you how to find her. Go to the 4th floor and go to the girls' bathroom. Go to the 3rd cubicle and knock 3 times and say, Anata wa Hakanasa Hanako-san ga arimatsu. She will say, Watashi wa koko ni aru yo. If you walk in, you will see a young girl in a red skirt and she will suck you into the toilet. I've been told she would suck you into the toilet. I have been told a few variations. A giant lizard with 2 heads will eat you. A hand with blood will grab you and kill you, or a monster comes out from the toilet and sucks you down with them. Happy hunting. Anata wa Hanako-san ga arimasu. Alright, let's look at these translations. I don't know what they ams. Copy. Paste. Wait, translate? There we go. Paste. There we go. You, Hakano-san, have a question. Alright. And copy. You are here, Akano-san. I am here. I am here individually. I'm here, I'm here. Huh. But doing it twice. I am Japanese. I am individual. Not sure how right that is, but okay. Alright, I'll take it. It's kind of neat. I'm a little bit of a sucker for Japanese stuff, as many American weebs are. So, take for that what you will. And that's from all the way up here. Wow. I'm getting through these motherfuckers. Oh. Hand. A spot on your back itches, and you twist your arm over your shoulder to scratch it. The itch ceases, but the hand doesn't stop. You no longer control it. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna clip that real quick. Hand. A spot on your back itches, and you twist your arm over your shoulder to scratch it. The itch ceases, but the hand doesn't stop. You no longer control it. Hand. A spot on your back itches, and you twist your arm over your shoulder to scratch it. The itch ceases, but the hand doesn't stop. Hand. A spur control it. Hand. Control it. You no longer control it. Hand. A spot on your back itches, and you twist your arm over your shoulder to scratch it. The itch ceases, but the hand doesn't stop. You no longer... There we go. Hand. A spot on your back itch... Neat. I just wanted to do that real quick. Alright. The hand. It was a windy day at school when this toy car appeared. I ran over to get it, but another boy got there first. I was a bit disappointed, but then I got to see a big hand coming from the bush. I want to scream, but I ran to my friend instead. By the time I got to him, the kid was gone. After lunch, nobody knew where the boy was. I raised my hand and told the teacher. After that, everyone was sent home. I was lying in bed thinking about the hand when 2 policemen arrived. They asked me some questions. After I answered their questions, I went back to my room and thought. That night, I couldn't sleep. So I went to watch some TV. When I see a shadow run past the window and I hear it in a deep voice, "Go to bed." I scream as loud as I can, and my parents burst in. I point at the window, but there was nothing there. After that day, I never saw the hand again. And no other kids ever went missing again, but I still think about that hand. And about that voice. By Jeffrey, aka Oscar. Yeah? And this needs to be bigger, I think. This is one of the ones that suffers from less. Keep in mind, these are 1 page. Eventually we'll get into 2 pages, which is way the fuck down here. And we are currently up here. Alright. It's okay. That's about all I can say about that. Real quick. Oh, what the fuck? Ooh, excuse me. That was weird. I just want to check something real quick. Alright. Sorry, I was just looking at people streaming. Okay. Handsaw. The story. It was a seemingly normal March 1st at about 1 a.m. I was watching YouTube on phone. My brother was gone that night, and his friend Tristan's house. While I opened up a Nigahaga on phones, YouTube lagged and had to stop. This happened commonly, so I started playing Temple Run. God damn, that was old. But when I got to about 140,000 points, something caught my eye. It seemed to be a figure with something in its hand. It froze. With my eyes closed, I could hear footsteps, as if something was walking away. I opened my eyes to the figure, and the figure was gone. I decided it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, so I continued my Temple Run game, losing at about 340,000 points. After that, I went to my YouTube channel and saw a new video. What the heck? I said, seeing the video. The video depicted my room, dark with no lights on. In the video was the same figure I saw earlier, in the same place. Thanks to the detailed video, however, I saw the figure. I'm guessing it was a bearded man holding a handsaw? I ran to the bathroom and turned on the light, being sure to lock the door. Then I heard a rumbling sound. "It's him," I exclaimed, grabbing my cat's litter box, placing it in front of the door. I also placed the trash can in front of the door, in hopes that whatever was in there out. I stated climbing out the window, and somehow the man had already gotten in. As soon as I began to make a jump for it, he grabbed me. Then I woke up. I got on my phone, opened up my channel on YouTube, and saw a video showing my room, with the man in the background. Alternate ending. Going back to when I tried to make my escape, I managed to hit him in the face somehow, making him drop the handsaw on his foot. He screamed while I ran down the stairs, crying in fear. I ran to my friend's house, wearing only my pajama bottoms. I repeatedly rang the doorbell until the door finally opened, revealing a psychotic man. The psychotic man. It soon dawned on me that this was my friend's father, who he said recently escaped prison, who just happened to have a beard and loved hand saws. I miss so much dang responsibilities. Don't worry, you missed gaming creepypasta, and they were very subpar, if you will. Gaming creepypastas just don't do much for me. A lot of them are really bad. I can't wait to at least get to the Holder series. Once we get to the Holders, you know, we got a long line of pretty decent pastas. This one wasn't that good in my opinion. It's a very rushed job. I think you could do less is more, but I feel like you've already, at the get-go, you introduced way too much information to do less is more. And so it suffers. Just, Alright. Handsome young man. Okay, so this is what I wrote after reading thousands of stories on here. Please don't hate me. It's my first submission. Alright, I'll be charitable. Don't ever go to the cemetery by yourself. If you do, you'll have to answer to him. He's a gorgeous young man who will try to sweet-talk you. If you remain silent and walk away, he'll pester you for a while, but he'll eventually leave. If you respond, consider yourself doomed. You'll try hard to resist his charm, but if you make eye contact, you're his. Then he'll start asking you various questions. They may seem innocent at first, but if he's genuinely trying to get to know you better, but after a while his questions start getting stranger and stranger. He'll start inquiring about death, asking you very morbid things. The handsome young man will walk you to a grave. Whatever you do, don't ask how that person died, or else you'll be next. Added by Kamali. Honestly, I would take out this last sentence. That kind of takes it out for me. Whatever you do, just don't ask how, and then just leave it up to interpretation what happens. Like, that would be, I think that would make this really good. Like, I could argue this is a little bit hectic right here, but it's good. It's a good enough explanation. I think take out this last sentence and you got a pretty decent one-page creepypasta. Handsome. Dressed in resplendent, shimmering green am I. Tall and might my feet planted in the show, the end planted in the with my feet planted in the show, the envy of all my siblings. I am truly handsome. The cold icy wind whipping up the ice into a thick miasma. Out of the mist of what seems like time everlasting, a small family. They seem to be a jolly lot. Talking about on my majestic looks, singing merrily as they look at my siblings with utter disdain. I can blame them for I am handsome. Then a most horrifying sight. The father of this small pack made a most morbid smile and lifted a small axe. He said I was perfect, and paid a man a small sum for me, as if I were a slave. He began to hack at my legs. I could not move, for I had passed out, and when I awoke I was tied to the roof of their car. I was sickened by this fate. I was too handsome to have had this happen to me. What seemed like hours flew by at the speed of light. They took me to their home and began to ram a metal rod into the stumps of my feet. I was horrified but unable to scream. They began to pull string, They began to put string of light on me and sang, "Oh, Christmas tree." Now I sit with gifts under me, cursing the fact that I am handsome. Slowly dying. A handsome tree I am. You know what? That one got me. That one got me. I did not expect that. It wasn't until I got to the stumps on my feet. No, it was probably the string of lights on me and sang. Like that, it took me getting that far. That was clever. Credited to Zolta. Okay. This was a pretty good one. I like that. I like this one. I'll fucking take it. Oh yeah, you sell books. Would you like O.J. Simpson's If I Did It to sell? just out of curiosity, if you're still listening, we happen to have a copy. All right. Hankera. Back in the days before cars, before TV, and before computers, there was an 8-year-old boy by the name of Tylee. All day, he would sit and do nothing, begging his mom for adventure. So one day, she told him to bring a basket of goodies to the children without food. "You mean go through the forest?" he said. "Yes, dear," Mom said. "I think you're old enough." Tilly ran with joy, swinging his basket, but then he approached the forest. He had second thoughts. The kids around town told him of the Hankera, a beast with the head of a lion, the body of a cheetah, the claws of a cat, the tail of a scorpion, and teeth of a saber-toothed tiger, the fur of a cactus, eyes of a hawk, the wings of a seagull, a mane of fire. But if there was such a thing, his mother would have told him. He continued running with joy. The forest got deeper and darker. Tilly started to slow down. Suddenly, a whispery voice came out of the bushes next to him. "Tilly, give me your bread." Out of fear, he threw the bread into the bushes. "Tilly, give me your milk." He threw the milk in, afraid to move. "Tilly, give me your ham." He tossed the ham, watching it disappear in the greens. "Tilly, give me your cheese." He dropped the cheese on the bush. "Tilly, give me your fruit." Tilly threw in the fruit. "Tilly, give me your head." The beast flew out of the bushes. Tilly ran as fast as he could until he reached the poor village. He gave the kids the basket and told them to pick fruits. He then walked to the forest. Sure, the beast must have given up and started home. Everything gets tired out. Everything gives up, right? Right? By NDN Baby. That's a cool-ass fucking picture, but I don't think that's what it is. I'll keep it if not. Yeah, we didn't even know we had it. We have no idea where it came from. The If I Did It. Yeah. Don't know where it came from. And we're like, I don't think either of us want that. Especially considering certain events just happened where he's no longer available. We were just like, why do we have this? We think we may have gotten it on a bundle mystery pack or something. We're gathering a handful of books. I went through all the books we had, or at least on our current bookshelves. I haven't gone through my other bookshelf and recorded them all. Like looking for like duplicates and stuff like that. I still haven't written them all down. But I've got them categorized on the shelf mostly by relative size. And writing them all down was a pain in the ass. I've got like 9 pages worth of shit. I do appreciate donations. We'll definitely make a deal on bulk buys. Yeah. I think right now all we have is like 3 books. We were trying to gather up whatever we could before we actually donated, because I took whatever we had that was in our normal dono box and set them aside. Other than that, we got VHSs and DVDs that we don't want. This reads like a fairy folktale, and I'm not sure what to think. This is just kind of but that is a badass picture. That is a really badass picture. I like it. Anyway. Oh no. Okay. Should make these a little bit bigger. No, it doesn't really give me that option. Oh well, whatever, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Alright. And oh, god damn it. Yeah, look at all these holder ones. All these holder ones. It's not all of them, so because a handful of them are 2 pages. Holder series is pretty good. Like most of them are pretty decent. So those should be interesting. They're reminiscent of rituals, but they're all like coalescing together for certain things. It's kind of like a honestly, you could probably relate it to like Black Mirror, but a lot more horror related to specific things and gathering of items. But we'll get to that eventually. Hanna-Barbera. A few Hanna-Barbera Filmation cartoons are involved in a grim timeline. In Europe, Dr. Quest, Johnny Quest, discovers medieval text that details 2 species of small creature with animal-like intelligence and culture, one forest-dwelling and another aquatic. These are known to be the Smurfs and the Snorks. Dr. Quest attempts to create intelligent animals by splicing Smurf-Snork DNA with that of regular animals. Numerous test subjects such as Scooby-Doo, Magella Gorilla, Top Cat, Yogi Bear, etc. escape and contaminate local wildlife. The animals become more intelligent and start to help humans out. Some gain the reputation for being superheroes, like Adamant, Secret Squirrel, Hong Kong Phooey, and others. The government attempts to create their own robotic replacements for these superhero animals like Dynamite, Frankenstein Jr., and others. After this plan fails, the government turns to South America to reanimate extinct animals such as dinosaurs, Dino Boy, Valley of Lost Dinosaurs, etc. As intelligent animals begin to populate Earth and become a true threat to humans, the scientific, artistic, political elite go into hiding, leaving the Earth's surface, retreating to the skies, colonizing the ocean floor, the Jetsons, Sealab 2020, the Herculoids, Space Ghosts, etc. Due to constant war, violence, and lack of civility, both humans and animals regress into a prehistoric simplistic state, Flintstones, Mightor, He-Man. After thousands upon thousands of years, intelligent animals evolve back to their former glory and rebuild Earth, creating their own civilizations and cities, SWAT cats, street sharks, fish police. By the fur-bearing brick. Okay, actually, that's pretty interesting. That's pretty cool. I actually like this. It's not so much a creepypasta, but like creating a timeline of how things worked out. That's pretty cool how he did that. I'm sure there might be a couple things that could be better done, but this is pretty well done. Even if you only know one from each category, it's enough. Like, That's pretty cool. I think that's a pretty good one-page pasta. I really wasn't expecting that. My hopes were low on that one. All right. Happy butcher couple. Not too long ago lived a happy butcher couple. They would wake up every morning preparing meal to sell to their customers. Their business went well for quite a while. One day their business was not going very well like before. They had started losing customers and they were not making enough money. They were sad. A couple of days later, the husband didn't come to sell any meat like he always did. Days passed, and the husband still didn't show up. Yes, it is sad, but suddenly the customers started coming back, saying the meat tasted even better than before. Care for some meat, anyone? So it's they, until it's him, right? No, they were sad. A couple of days later, her husband didn't come to sell. So the wife killed the husband and used his meat to sell? Because human meat is supposedly very pork-like. I guess. By Mr. Pizza. I'm just a little confused. I think I need like one more sentence to explain a little bit more. Like so I can grasp, like it doesn't have to give away the game. I just need slightly more understanding. Because I'm not completely sure. Alright. Well, it's because like this line, a couple of days, the husband didn't come to sell meat like he always did. That's what makes it kind of ambiguous. Like the husband didn't show up. And suddenly customers came back. The implication is the husband is no longer there and it's the wife, but the wife barely comes into it. I think there needs to be like one more line about the wife. Maybe it's trying to subject you though. I don't know. All right. Ooh, damn. Okay. Happy hour. Hey there, guys. I went to this LAN party a month or so ago. It was Friday the 13th. I know, pretty big cliche. Well, it was Friday the 13th, and me and my buddies had a LAN party at this guy's house, and we played some Team Fortress 2 and Counter-Strike and games like that. We all had our desktops there, so it was hard leaving the place without mine. Why was I leaving, you might ask? Well, just wait. So we played for like 4 hours, and now it was like midnight. We came there around 8 p.m. and we wanted to eat something. I brought a bag of chips, soda, candy, and stuff like that. We left it upstairs and we came to the house, so they asked me to get the bag. I was agreed, and I went upstairs into the pitch black living room. I couldn't see anything, so I went back down and asked for a flashlight. My friend said, "Let's call him Steve," who also owned the house, and gave me a faint broken light stick. I face-palmed, took the light stick, and went upstairs. The red light stick made the room even more creepier because it gave the room a faint red glow. I took a deep breath and started looking for the bag. After about 5 minutes, felt like 5 hours, I found the bag. The bag was weird, had weird scratch marks on it, and the chip bag was open, and the contents were all over the bag. I did not worry about it, I should have, because Steve had 2 dogs. I went back downstairs and put the bag on the table. My other friend said John asked why the bag was all ripped up, and I answered that I was hungry. About 2 hours later, I heard a loud screech from upstairs. I asked my friends did they hear something, but they replied no. I said to myself that I probably have been wearing my headphones too long. But I put something downloading and told my friends to wake me up when the download was finished. I dozed off. I must have slept for a good 3 hours because I looked at my PC and it said 5 a.m. I turned around to see that all 5 friends were gone. I looked around the room, but I found nobody. Finally yelled, "Alright guys, this ain't funny." Nobody replied. I grabbed the red light stick and went upstairs. Just on the stairs, the light stick turned off. I was scared dead because I hate the dark, especially if I know that my friends are hiding somewhere to scare me. I went back down and fortunately saw another red light stick. I cracked it and went upstairs. The light stick showed me the most horrible of creatures. The eyes did not have pupils. Its skin pale white. Its body as thin as paper. And its claws. Those horrible claws that impaled my friends. I ran out of the house as fast as I could, only to look back at the house being on fire. From the back door, I saw it run out. I guess it got away because it hasn't been after me for a while. I named it the Rake. Or even purchase small quantities. Sorry, bud, having an eventful day. Kinda caught your bid on the books. Good deal getting them cataloged, though. We were working on ours as well. Yeah. I mean, we're keeping most of ours. Like, some of them will get filtered out as they get read, but other than that, I mean, not too much to worry about. That being said, this story, it's I'm familiar with the Rake, but this is like almost like trying to be some kind of origin story, maybe? No, not really an origin story, but it's not. It's confusing to the sense of like, who doesn't have a fucking flashlight, right? Like, there's that one part about being a dick, but you have a fucking flashlight? What the hell? And having the red, you know, being an issue, like, you can do a good reveal with red and everything, but I feel like in this case, the pale part would come out much better for the white, or even blue, for that matter. Maybe this is me critiquing as if I'm looking at it like a movie, but I mean, don't get me wrong, like, this part, the ending, I think is fine. The part where you say I named it the Rake is the part that makes it sound like an origin story. I don't really appreciate that as much, but whatever. Happy Me. There's an eBay link. There's a motherfucking eBay link. Why is there gotta be an eBay link? Fuck. Dare I click on the motherfucker? It's fucking McDaniels. Happy Meals. The McDonald's Happy Meal was introduced in 1977. One of the original toys available with the meal was a small plastic tumbler with Ronald McDonald on the side. Children who drank from these tumblers allegedly suffered varying effects, including hallucinations, emotional and physical outbursts, blisters around the mouth, and increased physical strength. A 5-year-old girl from St. Louis, Missouri reported being able to toss a car with such force that several pedestrians were critically injured. No person over the age of 14 was affected by drinking from these tumblers. Most of these tumblers were either destroyed by the McDonald's franchise or otherwise lost. Every few years, one of these tumblers will show up on eBay, but the auction is usually deleted from the system within minutes of being posted. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Fuck you. The old tumbler is supposed to cause side effects. It's not really a tumbler, but whatever. Alright. Okay. Yeah, we're doing this, I guess. Okay. It's not the one in the picture, but I mean, they're there. You can see them. Oh, there's kind of one. Oh, there we go. There's a whole bunch of them. Huh. Again, I'm still not sure I'd call them tumblers. They look like glass. So, do you think there was a... And, like, of course some of it's far-fetched, right? The strength to throw a fucking thing. That I call bullshit on, but... Like... Oh, added by Javelis. I don't know, I feel like kids could probably get sick, depending on what they use on this to make it. Which I think, it's kind of like... They used to do glassware line as a promo. Yeah. Do you want... I wonder if one of the issues is that there is a... Like, you know how, like, if you bring glasses home... Lead? Oh, yeah, that would fuck someone up. So, well, what I was gonna say was, like, you have certain issues. I think there might be a layer of some kind of film or something on it that you're supposed to wash off. So it's like if you get new glassware, at home, or you get new silverware or plates or something. Generally, it was leaded glass. Hold up a second. What's the effects of leaded glass? Heating lead glass could begin to metabolize toxic fumes. Okay, that's... Merely serving food or drink in glassware containing lead oxide can cause lead to leach into the contents. Even if glassware has not been used for storage, the amount of lead released increases with the acidity of the substances being served. Oh shit. Acidic dissolve. Well, shit. Yeah, that'll fuck someone up. Clothes are a must-wash when bought new because the chemicals they do to keep pests off will eat skin. Yeah, I heard about that. I didn't know about that for the longest time. But yeah, anything you get that either goes on your body or or use to consume, wash it. All your new glasses, wash them. All your new silverware, wash it. The first thing you should do with all that stuff is wash it. You get new clothes, go ahead and wash them. Like, even if you're probably going to be fine, in most cases, it's still good practice. Leaded crystal was big between 60s and 90s. Fuck. Produce, wash it. Yes. Wash your rice. Wash your vegetables. Wash your fruit. Wash Wash your shredded cheese if you want it to melt well. Wash the fuck out of it. Wash your asshole. You gots to wash your asshole. Alright, back to stories. Oh, like Ronald McDaniels. Okay. Posted on X by this little pig. That looks so much different now because of context that they didn't have back then. Damn it. Okay. Okay. Happy moments. Note, posted by X on this little piggy. By this little piggy. I live next to this old woman, and in exchange for borrowing some sugar or some trivial thing, she asked me to listen to a story and tell it to the world. The following story is unedited, and in her own words. As a young girl, I found myself wed to the nicest boy. I became pregnant soon after the wedding, but his family didn't seem to mind at all. They seemed to love me, to formally introduce me to the family. I was invited to my husband's annual family reunion. All introductions were met with smiles and hugs, all save for his grandmother. She looked at me with some kind of knowing fear, almost like something bad would happen to me. She never spoke to me, though, so I simply went along and spoke with others there, not giving the old woman another thought. The following months were supposedly uneventful, though, uneventful enough, until the day the power went out around 8 p.m. I was alone in the house, so it was my duty to go check the breakers. I stepped into the basement with my trusty flashlight, but soon found I didn't need it. But something was in there with me. It sought me out. This creature, if that is what it is, spoke to me. Will your husband die, or will you go back in time to relive your happy moments? I thought this was a trivial question, and replied with going back in time. I didn't wish for my husband to die. The part about happy moments sounded pretty good as well, too. Before I could blink, though, I suddenly found myself in the old park. It had been destroyed when I was there, when I was 3, so I knew I had been sent back. Without a way back to my own time, I was left to have my child and be a single mother. Time passed, and eventually I grew old and lived quite alone. It was a surprise to see that I had been invited to that year's family reunion, but I never got an invitation, but I was glad for it. The day of the reunion, I was just about the first person at the place. Everyone was coming up, my daughter, her husband, and when my newlywed grandson and his pregnant wife. She was being introduced to every person one by one, and everybody loved her. I felt the pangs of deja vu, but thought nothing of it until she was introduced to me. If only I could have noticed my look of fear as I gazed into my own eyes. That's a good one. This is good. This is a really good one. It's a paradoxical thing. It's a time loop. It's never going to end. It reveals this sense of tragedy, and it leaves you wondering what would happen if you say, my husband will die. Because both come off as selfish. Will your husband die, or will you go back in time to relive your happy moments? And you lose your husband either way. So it's just crazy. Like, it's tragic either way, and it's like, fuck. No, this was a good pasta. Like, of all things. Like, the exception of, like, figuring out what was going on pretty quickly into it, like, on the 4th to last one. No, 3rd to last paragraph. I mean, it was pretty obvious at that point, but I mean, shit. It was well done. I think that's a good story. That's a pretty damn good story. I think that it just works so well. God damn. I need more of them. Alright. Happy Mudkip. They thought it was kind. They didn't know this monster would blow their mind. He seemed happy and so kind. The thing was the worst thing to mankind. He seemed so happy. He seemed so great. What was inside of him caused their fate. This Mudkip wasn't kind. A killing blow to the side. His face was filled with blood. He was the happy Mudkip. Inside was cold blood. And death that writes. Eh? I mean, I guess it's alright. So happy. He seems so great. They thought it was kind. They didn't know. Alright. Happy Mudkip. Happy Mudkip. They thought it was kind. They didn't. So great. All caused their fate. Killing blow to the side. His face Mudkip. Inside was cold blood. And happy Mudkip. And death that writes. Happy Mudkip. They thought it was kind. And death that writes. Happy Mudkip. There we go. They thought it was kind. They didn't know this monster would blow their mind. He seemed happy and so kind. The thing was the worst thing to mankind. He seemed so happy. He seemed so great. There we go. There we go. I'm making clips. That'll show all them haters. I guess. Alright. Oh, this one might work too. Happy place. Tide me go to my happy place. The special place within our head. A place of love without dread. A happy place full of peace. A place wherein all the... Hold on, I want to try that again. I'm gonna do that again, god damn it. Happy place. Tide me go to my happy place. Fuck. Happy place. Tide... It should be time to go, right? Happy place. Time to go to my happy place. The special place within our head. A place of love without dread. A happy place full of peace. A place wherein all troubles cease. A roaring river, a quiet stream. A wondrous thought, an innocent scream. A darkened alley devoid of light. The joy inside of a look of fright. A scream cut short, a final sound. Life water quenching the thirsty ground. Red and blue flashing lights, a barren room, nothing's right. A strange wardrobe, tight and strong. Men in coats say I'm wrong. They say I'm twisted, say I'm mad. All their words make me sad. Time to go to my happy place. Sound, like water, roaring river, a quiet stream. Tide, a place, a special place within our head, a place of love without dread, a happy place full of peace, to go to my happy place. Happy place. Time to go to my happy place. A special place to go to my happy place. Happy place. Yeah, there we go. That works. A special place within our head. A place of love without dread. A happy place. Huzzah. New clip. Oh, hey, Drogogo, what's going on? How do? How does it go? I'm reading creepypastas. Let's see, it's about to be another break time, and it'll be 11 o'clock. I need to do some weight painting tutorials for Blender. I haven't used Blender, I'm not sure. It said weight painting tutorials. I don't have context, I apologize. I know not what you speak. Alright. Harbor. I'm Danica. I live near the sea. And where there's a sea, there's a harbor. My house is 2 blocks away from the harbor. No one liked the harbor. There was a massacre there. The news was known worldwide. A wealthy family was murdered. All of them died. There were 4, a grandfather, a mother, and 2 children. I would rush every time I'd pass that place. It gives me the chills. One day I was running when then when the point of the harbor came, I saw a girl. I froze as she walked towards me. She was right in front of me. Hello, I'm Karen. What's your name? She said it with a grin on her face. That grin scares the fuck out of me. So I said, I'm Danica. I don't see you here often. I'm here all the time. Those words paralyzed me. So I said, doesn't this place creep you out? Why would I be scared? I live here. Live here? Oh, God, no. It can't be. What's your last name? Williams. I was terrified. I ran as fast as I could, going to our house. I hate it. I hate how I even bothered talking to her. It's Karen. It's the 12-year-old that died in the murder. I ran into the house, locked the door, ran to my room. My mom had no idea what was happening. I ran to my room and locked the door, and there she was, happily waiting for me with a knife in her hand. Then I woke up. But even if it was a dream, I feel a presence in my room, staring at me. Well, you're good. It's basically how much each joint bends. At least, I hope that's it. It's that. Oh. And then being like, oh, that's not what it does. Son of a... Yeah, I get that. Oh, back. Why? Neat. How does that work? Alright, anyway. Well, you're a smart guy. I know you'll be able to figure it out. It may even be meticulous and frustrating. These trials we can all get past. I know you have that potential. As for me, I have to torture myself with mostly terrible creepypastas. Especially the gaming ones. The one page for a gaming creepypasta normally doesn't work. Very seldom do they work. Oh, hey, Haunted Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 game. Haunted File. Yeah, those are Harvest Moon. Yeah. That's gonna be... Oh, look, Herobrine. We know how these things go. Not on my Christian Minecraft server. Anyway. Hard breathing. I slowly slip into consciousness. There is nothing. It's all dark. I then gain my other senses, feeling my back against an uncomfortably hard surface. I smell fresh sawdust, as one would in a Home Depot. Then comes the taste of sawdust and grain, making my mouth crave any sort of liquid to quench my thirst. Now the heat sets in. I realize it's only just at a bearable level. I'm sweating, and my general musk is making the air humid. I still cannot see. I start to breathe heavy and put my hands in front of me. I feel thick, grainy wood no more than 6 inches in front of my face. I now realize I'm in a coffin. I'm in my deathbed. I am going to die. After what felt like an hour pounding on all sides of the coffin, I relinquish my strength to the air. I lay back, knowing death won't come quickly. My fate now would either be starvation, dehydration, heat stroke, or more likely, suffocation. My worst fear, gasping for air with no relief in sight. I've often been afraid of swimming or any other situation where I could be deprived of oxygen. As I'm thinking of this torture, I feel my lips. They are dry, like the desert sands. Now all that flashes in my mind is a dry and desolate desert, with nothing but animal skulls and carcasses shriveling up in the scorching sun. After what felt like another hour, I start to fall asleep. I hear a beat off in the distance. I convince myself it's just a vein in the side of my head throbbing. The longer it persists, the less I believe its internal occurrence. Then it becomes so loud that I cannot fool myself into believing it's my mental or physical problem. I slowly turn my head and see cracks become clear in a dim orange light shining through. Not enough to light the coffin, but enough to line the edge of my tomb. Now, along with the drums, I hear chanting. In some language that I could not comprehend, it was almost a mix of Arabic and German. I start to shake violently out of fear. All of a sudden, the chanting stops, but the drums only slow to a mild beat. My heart firmly slows to the pace. I do not yell because I believe I am here for a reason, and these people know the reason. Then I hear it. I know the sound. It's the crackling of fire. I hear shuffling around the outside of the box, then another familiar stench. Gasoline. Now the sound of splashing, shuffling, and crackling gives me the all too obvious sign of what was going to happen. I feel the gasoline dripping on my legs. Suddenly, everything goes silent. All I can hear is my breath, and the crackle of the fire. In a sudden burst, the fire engulfs a part of the box where my legs are. I scream in agony and cannot shed the fire off. I bang on the box until my hands bleed. I scratch and yell, but get no answer. Finally, the box falls apart, and I fall into the ground burning. I roll to get the flames off. Finally, they extinguished. I catch my breath and see people in cloaks around me. I am too shaken to say a word. One man takes his hood off. I cannot believe my eyes. It's my own father. He walks to me and gets on one knee, kisses me on the head. I feel a sharp pain in my chest. He stands up. As I look down, I see a burning piece of wood from the box sticking out of my chest. I fall, lifeless, motionless, one tear falling down my cheek as I exhale my last breath. Is this a cult? This sounds like a cult. You know what? This is decent. This is pretty decent. A little confusing at the end there. You find out it's his father, but the only thing I can glean from it is it has something to do with the cult, and he's a sacrificial lamb? Because there's no reason he needs to be in the coffin as far as we know. Or even, we don't even know it's necessarily a coffin. It's just a box. So, and it's supposedly not really well made. It's well made enough, but it's not like any decorative coffin. Which decorative coffins seem counterintuitive. It's weird. Anyway, not bad, but a little confusing. Like, I don't think it's gonna be a less is more. I think it's just gonna be like, I feel like I need clarity on what's going on. It feels like a cult sacrificial lamb situation. It's based. Wait a minute. Is this like a modern version of the fucking Abraham sacrificing Isaac? That's, you know what? That might be what that is. What the fuck, Dad? Except no one comes to stop him. Some biblical shit going on here. Okay. Alright. So, thank you so far for listening. I'm getting ready to take another break before I get back to it. So feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, go to the bathroom, get something to drink, get something to eat, pet a dog, pet a cat, do whatever it is you normally do during an intermission. I'll be gone for about 10 or 15 minutes. This is the intermission. Hello, we're all back. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chat is still working. Awesome. Alright, I hope that was a good break for you guys, as it was for me. Oh, fuck. Hello, all you beautiful bitches. I hope you're all good. Just how to continue more creepypastas. Harry, the security guard. It was a long shift at the factory at night for the security guard named Harry. Let's call him Henry. He wasn't a fan of his job, and no one seemed to like him or even notice his existence, but it kept him at his apartment, and that's all that mattered. Harry wasn't a happy man, as he had lost his left arm in Vietnam. Because of this, he couldn't drive. Instead, he took the train home every night. On the way to the train station, Harry felt cold, but it was a warm night. Harry thought nothing of it. The train didn't come that night, so Harry walked from the station. As he walked, he felt strange, as if someone was watching him. He turned the corner of the street, and suddenly everything was quiet. "What the hell?" said Harry. "Everything is gone. Everyone is gone." Harry looked around, saw nothing but buildings and streetlights. Suddenly, Harry saw someone. It was Mr. Fillmore, the banker. He was on the ground and hurt. Before Harry could help him, he heard someone behind him, and then he was out cold. When Harry awoke, he was in the middle of town, miles from where he had been before, when he was knocked out. He looked around, trying to remember what happened. He walked around trying to figure out where exactly he was. He walked out into the gas station to see if anyone was there. He saw no one. Harry turned around to go to the phone booth outside, and he was a figure on the outside looking through the window at him. And there was a figure. It gave him some goosebumps from the familiar shape. Harry pulled out his gun, went outside, but the figure was gone. "What the hell's going on?" said Harry. All of a sudden, Harry remembered having nightmares like this back in Vietnam. He pinched himself hard, and then he realized this was no dream. This was happening, and Harry was scared out of his mind. He may have gotten out of Vietnam with just losing an arm, but he wasn't trained for this living nightmare bullshit. As Harry turned a corner, he saw a figure beckoning him. Harry, already holding his gun, followed the figure, thinking he might find some answers.
I'm gonna go lay down.
Okay.
You stay up all night, okay?
I won't.
I love you.
I love you too. Harry followed the figure until just before dawn. Harry was lost and didn't see the figure. Harry turned around to go back, and behind him was the figure. As Harry finally saw up close and realized it was himself, only ghost-like. By morning, everything was normal. Harry, however, was gone. No one remembered him. He had dropped off the face of the planet. It was like he never existed. Yeah. So, I don't know how you guys are, but this is a question I've posed to people before. What if one day you wake up, and let's say you're talking about me for whatever reason, or it could be another friend, and it gets to the point where you realize you're the only one who knows about this friend or me or whoever. And every time, and you remember your whole life with them, or every part of your life that was with them. And you're the only one who knows about their existence. Everyone else that you know they've been in their presence doesn't remember them. And everything around it doesn't show any evidence of another person. If there was ever videos of a friend, you were alone. If you were hanging out with people, it was always the AI, the computer that you were fighting. Even in old videos, it seems like you yourself treat it as if that person never existed. How would you feel if you're the only one who knew of that person's existence and it was like they never existed? I've posed that question a couple times to a few people, and it's a hard one to ask, or a hard one to answer. How would you answer that? Alright. Basically, what would happen if you found out that I never existed, and all this time that you thought you knew me, I was never really there, and and everyone you talked to had never knew anything about me, no matter how many times you remember interacting. Okay. Harvest Moon's Nightmare. I remember, I used to play Harvest Moon GBA, and the one where the main character is a girl. I remember that her name is Lily, and she was wooing Cliff. One day after she went to bed, she awoke in front of her table. Like usual, she didn't eat her breakfast. Instead, she stated that something's wrong. I made her exit the farmhouse, and everything was colored red. The grass, the house, even Lily seemed to be a certain shade of red. Feeling nervous, I went to explore the town, and when I saw that everyone, save Karen and Cliff, were either dead, gone, or dying, the dying ones all say the same things when I talk to them. She did it. Stop her. When I come to the town square, a cutscene played. It showed Cliff lying face down in the middle of the square. Anna rushed over and lay his head on her lap. It seems that Cliff is badly wounded, and he kept calling Lily his sister. I'm not entirely sure, but I think he might have been looking for a sister. I didn't know that when I came upon this. Suddenly Karen showed up, looking like a madman. She said that she'd kill the Mineral townspeople, and that she hated Mineral Town. She pulled out a sickle instead and started swinging it in circles. Then the game lets me control Lily again and force Lily to fight Karen like she was a boss battle. I beat her with a hoe, and then she fell down and didn't move. Another cutscene played. Lily approached Cliff's body, then puts away the hoe and knelt down next to him. She seemed like she was crying, and she said, "Brother." A sad song plays and the screen fades to black. Suddenly I could hear birds chirping and the sunny morning in the game. And the screen shows Lily in front of her table, eating breakfast and commenting on how weird dream it was. After that, the game continues as normal. I'm not what this is. But when I asked my mom about it, she said that she never experienced that kind of thing. I'm positive that I wasn't dreaming, but I'm not sure if anyone experienced this as well. Later, I searched the internet, and apparently there is a bad dream where the character fights Karen, but it's different from the one I experienced. Their dreams involve fighting Karen at the beach. So far, I tried redoing the nightmare, but to no avail. Alright, so the red thing just reminds me of the Silver Pokemon Silver Creepypasta, where everything's red or whatever. It's just one of those, and just, god damn it, yeah, that's what it reminds me of, and it's just like that kind of takes it out for me. Like, it's actually really well written, and like once it gets past to that part and it goes on to basically from here down, well, yeah, from this cutscene down, it's pretty damn good. But the whole red thing and the dead, gone, or dying, and same thing, that part gets me. Like, I think if other people were staying silent, like, it would make more sense. Anyway, has this ever happened to you? You're sitting alone, coffee in one hand, mouse in the other. It's about 11:33 p.m., and you know you have to get up early for school the next morning, but your parents are out of town for a few days, and you have the house to yourself. Why not celebrate? You decide the setting is right to read some creepypasta, so you go to the site and click random page. It takes you to a story you enjoyed slightly. So when you're done, you click on the one of the read more links. You happen to find a pasta, but it's not just any pasta. One that has you on edge of your seat. One that you can't stop reading. That's absolutely incredible. It's well written, nice and long, and every sentence makes you want more. Alas, luck must be on your side tonight, because every link you click takes you to a pasta 10 times better than the last one. And you know what? Despite the lack of human companionship, you're not the least bit scared. After a couple more stories, you see one that grabs your attention. The title just makes you want to click on it and read it, so you do. As the page loads and your excitement increases, you're growing more and more anxious as the milliseconds pass, but your gosh darn internet browser gives you that wretched cannot display the page error. So you cross your fingers and press F5 or refresh. And what do you know? The page loads. Now more excited than ever, you read the pasta that's been testing you for the past 30 seconds. But as you progress further in the story, you realize that it's a complete piece of shit. After all that excitement, you're left with utter disappointment. So as you leave the nastiest comment your little brain can muster up, you decide to move on to another pasta. But whoa, what's this? Another crappy pasta? And another, and another. What is this madness, you ask yourself? This, my friend, is the troll zone. This is the website's way of saying, fuck you, you mad bro? Every now and then, the website gets sick of you clicking on it and reloading it and making it do all that work. So, what does it do? It trolls you. Even websites need to blow off some steam. But if it ever gets out of hand, and to the point where the website is giving you all kinds of errors and piece of shit stories, it must be stopped. There's only one proper way of doing this. There is a code, known only by a few, that's capable of stopping even the most hardcore trolls. I feel the time has come for me to pass that code on to you. Remember, it is not to be taken lightly, and is to be handled with extreme care. The code, my dear comrades, is Alt F4. Alright now. From a troll to another troll, I see how it be. How you der. Alright. Hate Club. In every community there exists at least one hate club. A hidden society made up of 6 individuals who can be of any age, gender, or creed. These individuals are not initiated into the hate club, they simply are the hate club. Whenever something goes bad in a community, you can be sure that the hate club is behind it. They are never questioned because anyone that has ever managed to get too close ends up disappearing or being sent to a psychiatric ward or prison. If you feel like nothing ever goes your way, or your luck is constantly bad no matter what you do, then there is a good chance that the hate club is at work. Likewise, if you find yourself suddenly gaining great success and happiness with no logical reason behind it and don't expect it to last, chances are the hate club are building you up for a fall in the future. The hate club doesn't care about how rich or poor you are, they don't care if you're young or old, and they certainly don't care your religion or politics. They cannot be bribed, they cannot be intimidated, they cannot be stopped, so don't even try. The hate club has always been around. It will never go away. As it is in many ways humanity's parasitic twin, growing in such a way that to remove it would be to destroy humanity as well. In a somewhat ironic twist of fate, inhumanity must always exist in order to preserve humanity. That is what the hate club is. The hate club is the darkness that must come before dawn, the eternal shadow. Now that you know this, perhaps it would be best to pretend you never did. Just go back to school, or work, check in with friends and family. Live your life, and when some kid goes missing or turns up dead in some back alley, just go with the flow. It'll all work out in the end, as long as we each play our part. Yeah, no, I disagree with that. If someone's getting fucked over, I try and do what I can to help them. Like, if someone's getting the shit beat out of them in an alleyway, I'm gonna probably try and jump in and go, whoa, what the hell, dude? Pretty sure there's probably a pipe somewhere. Oh, hi, creepy images. Alright, how far do we got? Have we gotten thus far? $59 items. Alright. Alright, haunted camera. Hey everyone. I'm a new member on this site, and something really freaky happened and I want to tell you about it. I has gone to Punta Cana for about 2 weeks. I took so much picture during that time. English isn't his first language. Alright. It was a really nice trip until I dropped my camera on the ground. The day after, I went for a bit of shopping in the closest village I found. My mom was looking for some cool hat, and during that time I decided to go out to a weird shop in front of the hat stand. At first, I was only looking around until I found the new digital camera for only $5. I was so happy. This was making my day. When I was about to pay, the guy told me that it wasn't an ordinary camera and to be careful with it. Of course, I thought it was a joke, and I didn't take the advice seriously. I've been back home for a few days now, and I haven't looked at the pictures until yesterday. All the pictures I took of Punta Sina were so beautiful, but when I looked at the ones I took when I was on my way back home, I was so scared that I didn't even sleep. This morning I got to see my lovely horse that I had photographed a few days before looking at the picture. I found her dead in her paddock. Then I realized that I had taken a picture of my cat Sandy too, and obviously when I got back home, the body of Sandy was lying on my bed right where I took the picture. She was cold and she wasn't breathing at all, and from the day forward, I began listening to people's advice. The Darkest Angel. I don't know. Like, getting towards the end, I'm surprised there was the grammatical errors because it didn't seem like there was actually any issues. So it's weird. I'm not sure what to make of it. Oh no. Do you think it exists? Do you think that video still exists? Fuck. Okay. Haunted file. I'm an animator and I create a lot of animation. I found this file I abandoned called Austin's Fun Day. I found it on an old CD I burned it on, but remains were corrupted. The pasta. Here's how it went. It was a stick man walking through the burnt terrain at late night. His eye was missing and blood was coming out. He walked up to a note. Excuse me. When he read, the close-up of his face pixelated. His mouth was messed up, and the only thing that was saying was glitched up. His eyes were black with red dots in them. And he was in a dark cave, which seemed to be hell. The next scene was the scene with binary text, which was translated to, "I will gouge your eye." In the next scene, had a stickman, the sword in his face, gouging his eye. There was black and white elliptic flashes in the background. The next frame was his grave. After about 5 minutes of the grave pixelated and loud TV static can be heard, it pixelated even more, and the flashing stopped, and there was a corrupted explosion sound in the background. A hyper-realistic whispering could be heard. "You're next," I could hear. And when I heard demonic laughing, when the animation turned into static, is when I closed the window and shut off the PC, but still I heard the laughing. Then I saw the ectoplasm and blood spread everywhere in my room. I was really scared, so I took the CD and threw it into my fireplace, and there. The laughing was gone, but then I heard, "You should not have done that," in the back of my head. I felt a stab in my throat, and I couldn't breathe. I fainted on the floor. Dead. Alright, let's do this. Is this still available? Oops. Okay, it says not available anymore. So it's not a YouTube video. Well, shit. Okay. Well, that's some bullshit. Alright. Let's see if I can do a couple more. Haunted Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 game. In late November of last year, I downloaded a torrent by the name of Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, Special Edition. I didn't think much of it. I figured it to be a different version, like a developer's mod or something. It wasn't. The torrent finished and I installed the game. I opened it and it sounded very off. The usual happy and joyful music turned to sad, twisted, dark, and deep music. The usual loading screen had sad, upset people and characters. The characters were sitting in puddles of blood. They were crying, and reluctantly opened up a new file. I was relieved to see that the sad faces and blood were gone, and I stared at the screen for a second. Nothing was wrong with the version, nothing at all. The music was back, so I played for an hour or two and saved my game. I left and shut off the computer, but I still heard the twisted music. I shrugged it off and decided to let it go and let it be. The next day I turned my computer on again, but the loading screen was weird. It had characters on my desktop. They were staring at me, kind of like those things called shimijis. You know, the little animated characters that run around and play on your desktop. But these weren't like the ones I had. They were Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 characters, and they didn't move. They had black, soulless eyes. They stood there staring at me. They were covered in blood. I started up Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 thinking it was some glitch. I regret doing that to this day. The game loaded without missing a beat. While it usually takes some time to load, I nearly vomited at the sight I saw on my screen. There were pictures of children killed, brutally murdered, and the young girl no younger than 10. She had her eyes ripped out and shoved in her throat. Her brain matter was splattered all over the ground. I nearly vomited. I clicked the X button on the top, and more pictures came up, and they were crying, twisted sounds coming from my computer. I tried to mute the sounds, but they got louder. The pictures were getting worse. I took my computer out that day. I shot at it with a shotgun 3 times. After I'd blown the damn thing to bits, I swear I heard some of the same music. It still haunts me to this day, so please, if you download some Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 torrent or game, be careful. You might just find that version again. God damn it. No. I don't like it. That was awful. Okay. Again, you have the issue with, for one thing, the rendering for that isn't really going to give you that much. And yeah, you can get down to that level, but it's not going to matter. And if you have a whole bunch of them on the screen, and it's not a clear picture of what we're talking about or how big, it's just kind of dumb. And the whole blood everywhere is another issue that I take with it. It's cliche. It's to the point where it takes away from a creepypasta. And honestly, subtlety would have been your best friend, but no. Haunted. If you go into your YouTube account at 12 exactly and upload a video, the video will come up as The Haunted. You watch it, and it's nothing but black tape, until you see an eye and a hand in the background. And that's about it. I mean, I'm sure plenty of people have uploaded at 12 to disprove that, so what have you. Haunted. It's your first night in your new apartment. Your stuff is still in boxes. Your furniture, with the exception of the mattress on the floor, hasn't arrived yet. The utilities won't be turned on until the next day, so you're making do without. A flashlight and some candles will do for light until you go to sleep. Despite the creepy feeling of being in the dark, empty apartment all alone, you chalk it up to nervousness and try to get some sleep. A sound wakes you up. You lay there for a moment, waiting to decide if it's real or just your imagination being too loud. When the sound appears again, you check yourself for the time. 2 a.m. You get up using your cell phone for light, and you make your way towards the kitchen, the apparent source of the noise. At first you think somebody's broken into your apartment, but you choke down your reaction as you stare at the figure. It is a middle-aged man wearing what amounted to a striped pajamas and standing in front of a microwave with his back to you. Although seemingly solid, you can also see through his body. You're paralyzed, mostly out of fear, but partly out of curiosity. "Hey," you manage to finally say. The man looks in your direction, turning slowly, your eyes wide open, as you realize the man has no lower jaw. Letting his tongue hang free, your vision loses focus, and the apparition disappears. A sound wakes you up. It's your phone vibrating against the floor. It's morning, or at least light is coming in through the window. You're back on your mattress, and the missed call is from your mother. You're confused about the night before and still shaking from the experience of what you saw. Was it a dream? Or did you really see a ghost? Credited to Vaughn. So. This one's short enough. I think this will be the last one. We went pretty far. And then I'll tally up. Have you ever seen the shadows dance? Have you ever seen the shadows dance? You probably haven't. It takes the right kind of person. And you can just be born that way. And you can't just be born that way. It takes effort. It takes time. It's not easy. You have to live to see them. Not breathe in, out, no. Not even be perfectly kind. Nor be truly perfect. Those people will never see the shadows dance. In order to be the right kind of person, you have to see from another person's view. Walk a mile in another man's shoe, be kind and gentle, be cruel and brutal. Survive and kill, suffer and cause suffering. Save a life, be saved yourself. Live, love, be loved, lie, be lied to, break a heart, have your heart broken, experience true terror and true relief. Shatter your life, pick up the pieces. By the time this is done, you'll be old and gray, but don't feel bad about this. No one is going to get there and still be young. Go out to your porch, probably with your partner and kids if you have them, and watch the shadows dance. You know, it's like bittersweet, honestly. It's like live life, and eventually you'll see the shadows dance for themselves. Alright. Have you seen the shadows dance? Okay, so now let's tally up how many we've read so far. Because it's become a lot now. It'd be great if it was like 1,000, but I don't think it is. 899. So the last number. So we read 64. Holy shit. That's a lot of pasta. That's a lot of lettuce. Alright, well. I think I'm gonna let it go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed, because not that I need to get up early, it's just I'm tired. I got up at like 5 in the morning. It's insane. Anyway. Yeah, I guess thank you all for watching. Feel free to like, comment, share, subscribe. Last time I watched The Shadows Dance was on the downside of the 3-4 week Murph Bender some years back. Okay, I see. Yeah, good night, brother. Rest well. And I'll see you tomorrow. I don't know. I got work tomorrow. Psychosis, gotcha. Yeah. No, I'll be around. I'll be shitposting on Facebook. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Feel free to like, comment, share, subscribe. Actually, that's part of the reason why, yeah, right, it's Monday. Yeah. That's actually part of the reason why I do post what I post, is that way there's always an archive of me existing. If any of that always just disappears and be like, what the fuck? But yeah, thank you all for watching. Feel free to like, comment, share, subscribe, follow, and all that jazz. You can feel free to look at my social media. You got Patreon, Reddit for some reason, Discord. You can join my Discord. My YouTube's always available. I don't mind donations to Patreon, and you can find me on Twitter. Because that's a thing. So, Yeah, we got like 64 creepypastas. We're and 101 more, and we'll be over 1,000. So that's awesome. All right. So once again, thank you for watching, and always remember, you have potential. Good night.